Good to see ya.
6:01 in the
Yeah,
morning.
welcome. So this morning, you see, I'm get up early. Well, I've been up, but I was over there supporting my friend for the last 2 hours. Yeah, me I'm one of those people who like to sometimes give too much of myself. But anyway, I was supposed to have come here earlier, but I decided to go support my friend for a little bit, and the little bit turned into 2 hours. So here I am. They are just about getting ready to finish. So here I am. Let me turn them down because them kind of chat like a bit too much. But anyway, but anyway, this morning for the next hour, yeah, we're gonna limit it to an hour. Yeah, because sometimes when I come here, we stay here for such a long time that by the time I get out, I have other things. There are other things that you know what I mean. But I'm going to limit this morning's Bible reading to about an hour. Fair enough. And we are on to the book of Exodus. We're going to talk about this the children of Israel leaving out of Egypt and heading towards the wilderness, where they were told by their leader Moses that's where his God said that they were supposed to go. And once they were in the wilderness, that's where they were supposed to be serving him, where he was going to be their God and they were going to be his people. Denzel, good morning. Joycey, good morning. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who have been following me for a minute, you all know that when it comes on to the Bible, we read it with an open mind. We read it from Gimbal. You come back. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah, so you all know that we read it over here with an open mind, with no intentions of convicting, converting, or condemning anybody. We read it because we have been some of us have been indoctrinated from childhood, and some of us care about knowing what's actually in the Bible. And I understand that some people really don't. Some people are very selective. They choose a verse here, a verse there, and that's what they live off of, but they don't spend time to actually read the entire book, contextualize it, and try to understand what it is really saying and what its compilation really means to mankind. But I'm not here to chastise anybody about their choices or how they choose to read the book. I am a little bit nosy, so I have chosen to read it cover to cover. Because you see, the fact that it was given to me and I was told that this is what I need to read, and these are the instructions that I need to follow to help me be the best that I can be, I decided to read it in its entirety. And I can tell you, for those of you who were with us when we started the reading from Genesis and when we ended at Revelation, I don't know how many of you have told me that you have become, I'm going to say, better Christians after we did all of that reading. I for sure got out of it with more questions than answers, for sure, because of the contradictions that I've encountered, the inconsistencies that I've encountered, and just the brainwashing, if you will. That's my evaluation of what I have read in the book. If you have read it and you have come out with something else, kudos to you. But that's not going to stop me from saying what I came out of it with, right? I look at this badass coming up in here. Good morning, my love. How are you doing? Good to see you. Delroy, good morning. How you doing? Good to see you. All right, so this person says the Bible is not going to be revealed to you reading it from book to book. Y'all heard it? He says the Bible is not going to be revealed to me by reading it from book to book. So I guess it is revealed to you by having reading it all haphazardly, a verse here and a verse there, with no context. Well, if that's how you get your understanding, kudos to you. Go ahead. Who am I to tell you not to? I can't tell you not to, but this is how I read it. Okay? But this morning we are going to read, we are going to continue reading the Exodus. Y'all remember we started reading the Exodus sometime last week, and we are going to continue reading. We're going to continue with the reading of the Exodus. All right? Now, please be aware, people. I don't come here to be in any argument or any fight with anybody. All right? If the things I say rub you the wrong way, you are free to scroll along. Somebody says it is an arranged collection with intentions in it. What I mean by that, becoming? I know it is all arranged. It is all haphazard, if you will. And you have to read it in its entirety to understand what they're talking about. Because some of the stories are incomplete when you first read them, and then when you read another book where somebody's talking about that same story, then you kind of get some context, like, so that's what they were talking about. You remember in the Numbers when they talked about the enemy coming and taking the people. When you go over to Jeremiah, you realize they were talking, this enemy coming to take the people were supposed to be the Babylonians. But if you don't read all of it, oh, you're going to know that. All right, somebody says for Isaiah something something, James something something, says for precept must be upon precept upon precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line. So if you don't read it in its entirety, how are you going to get that line upon line and that precept upon precept? You see, you're just as contradicting as the Bible. I must seek the Israelites in my community. All right, Gimbal, respectfully, keep talking. But anywho, we are going to continue reading the Exodus. I think we are on to good morning, Andrew. Good morning. You see, the thing with some people is they will go all out to defend the indefensible. That's what happens all the time. But me think you're not going to sleep. You're not going to sleep. Good morning. Let me see. Oh. Good morning, badass. What's up? You're awake? Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm just coming from the club, I'm about to get some rest before church later. But I'm hearing your sermon, and
You just come from the club? You're there club all night?
All night.
You must bleach out and tired now, huh?
Yeah, then I go sleep, but I forgot church later because I preach this week.
Oh, yeah, preach this week. Okay.
Preach this week. Yeah.
Well, good luck. Where your sermon coming from this week?
It's coming from St. John 11:35.
You mean St. John 11 verse 35?
Yes.
Well, let me see what that say. I mean, not just you, pastor.
Yeah, but pastor, check.
That's the only one. That Kevin, good morning.
My topic will be about that. That's what I'll preach on today.
Hold on. St. John 11 and verse 35.
Man.
Jesus wept.
Amen. So we're gonna be talking about the reason
Jesus.
why Jesus wept. Why Jesus wept.
You
So
that's what you're gonna preach about, why Jesus wept.
yes.
Becoming. And I thought about it and I'm like, let me make sure that
Yes.
okay, sir.
That's what I've been preaching on today. So hopefully, this morning when
He's
I'm
a
listening
man.
to you, some insights before I fall asleep that I can add to my pre-planned
Okay.
sermon. Yeah. So I'm listening in. I'm listening in. I'm listening in. I'll stay in the box. If you don't mind.
I appreciate you.
All right.
I
Thank you so much,
appreciate you. You
Pastor.
can stay in my box every time, anytime.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Pastor. I
All right,
appreciate
no
you.
problem. If people be the listen to me, becoming says, if people read the Bible with awakening eyes, they'll be shocked. Listen, you are so right. You are so right. I have read the Bible from the beginning to the end, and I have read it in between, read it haphazardly, read it upside down, and I remain shocked. Right, Paul? I remain shocked. Okay? I did not expect to find in the Bible what I have found in the Bible. Okay? But you can't tell people anything. I'm not trying to tell them anything. You understand? Let them read it for themselves. Let them believe what they want to believe. Let them do what they want to do, because I am by no means here to convert anybody. I'm not here to convert anybody. All right? I'm reading it, and I'm reading it out loud. Whosoever will listen will listen. Right, Paul? If they don't want to listen, they are free to go. What they are not free to do, though, is to come up in here and try to tell me that what I'm reading off these pages, I don't understand what I'm reading off these pages, because they have something else that they want to convince me of. But yet, they want me to go by what is in the book. You see how contradicting that is? All right. Then, sir, all right, I see my people forwarding in. The top just tell me some my people are here. Yeah, the top just give me one alert. It says my people are here. So somebody said, I usually have them read the scriptures. I will direct them to read by themselves. Yeah. And when I tell them, read this by for yourself, and you tell me what it means. What are they talking about? All of this manipulation, all of this gaslighting, all of this you know. And Gimbal is always trying to take me to task, because he's always dropping little verses here and verses there and telling me I shouldn't I should read the Bible this way, that way, the other way, and the other way. And there's something that he's hiding from, and I consider it to be fair. I'm in a day of a try to convince him to not be fearful. Continue to be afraid. Because it is from the point of fear that he's operating. And we don't operate from fear. Right, Denzel? It's what I mean, yeah. We don't operate from fear. Okay? We operate from reality. All right. So we are going to move right along. We are on to Exodus 20. I think we stopped at 19 last time. Yeah. And now we are on to our cousin. The cousin. Then Paul says she had tell me must learn to forgive people. You have to learn to forgive people. What's their transgression towards you? Because we can forgive people. When people do us wrong, you can't say, something. I'm not going to return to you the harm that you did to me. But me done with y'all. Yeah. I'm not going to return to you the harm that you did to me, but I'm through with you. Me done with you. Me not have no talk to you anymore. Me not have no other communication to have. I'm done. That's me. Yeah, and if you see me done with you, me done with you. Completely. No talk to me again. Me not have nothing at all to do with you again. Alright? Especially if you violate the thing, You're not chat to me again. What me? Come do you? What me do you, Paul? Let me cannot chat to me again. Or not to me, to people who violate you. All right. That's right. That's some me and you is the same. Yeah. When people violate me a certain way, we ain't got no talking anymore. You saw me mean becoming, yeah, we done. We ain't talking no more. We ain't, me block you out of my phone. You're out of my phone. We're not talking. I'm not talking about again because there's no reconciling. That is just me. Call me what you know will, but me not care. People believe what they cannot prove and disbelieve what they can prove. You know, this is I like that becoming. That is so true. Things that can be proven, people will just disregard it. But yet, it's something that they cannot prove. They have absolutely no way of proving. They'll be quick to believe that. They'll be quick to believe things they can't prove. And then they'll be mad at you. Nico, what's up? Good morning, my love. How are you doing? And they'll be mad at you for not accepting. I program them yes. They'll be mad at you for not accepting these things. Their imagination. They imagine things, they claim for it to be real, and they'll be mad at you for not joining them in this illusion. Yeah, they'll be mad at you. Once upon a time, I used to worry about whether or not people were going to be mad at me for stating the obvious. And then as I grew older and I matured more, I'm like, damn, I don't really care if they are mad. They can stay mad. But I'm not going to join with you in this illusion. You know, real is real. Maybe that's the charm of the Bible, the inexplainable. You're right. Mark, good morning. How are you doing? Happy Sunday to you. Good to see you. Mark, Mr. Yesterday I said I was coming back. Lord have mercy, Mark. Until now, I'm not reach back yet. You gotta forgive me. Thank you, becoming. Thank you. I appreciate you, my love. Omar, good morning. How you doing? Somebody said we stopped at 18. Really? Why did I have it marked? All right. So if you say so, the ancestors are awakening some of us. I'm excited. I love it. I love the fact that a lot of people are getting on this awakening train. You know, so the people are starting to be vocal about their examination of what we have been presented with. That is absolutely not baked in reality at all. It's worse when you are trying to date a Christian woman. And that catch you, Paul. Paul said it worse when you try to date a Christian woman. So why you try to date one Christian woman? That's my question. Why you try to date one Christian woman? Because that is going to be a point of contention. Why you going to see trouble or walk right into it? Yeah, that's going to be a point of contention. Your household is always going to be antagonistic. You saying one thing, she saying one thing, you doing one thing, she doing one. Why you gonna do that? Because I want woman and you like her. Well, in that event, don't antagonize her about her beliefs. Leave her alone. Simple. Yeah, leave her alone. Because you're going to try to tell her what she's saying it doesn't make sense, or, you know, and she's going to be telling you that what she's saying makes sense. And you're always going to be at each other's necks. Who wants that kind of life? And people who stand up to claim that they are defenders of God, they are defenders of the Bible. Some of them know no limits, just like how the Bible don't know no limits when it comes to people. You say you're not listening to her, but you're not going to stop loving her. Okay. All right. I guess you win. You won that argument, my friend. You don't have to listen. Just as long as you continue loving her and don't antagonize her about what she believes. You know. Yes, becoming. I have seen where a lot of people are starting now to walk into the awakening. Where people are now openly questioning what they have been presented with. One world, one human race. Um, Lucy, good morning. It's morning for me, Lucy. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Actually, it's 6:22. How are you doing? Good morning to you. Welcome. Welcome. Kenwa Love, how are you doing? Sweet girl Nessa is in the place. Good morning, sweet girl Nessa. Bless up yourself. All right. Somebody said we should do 19. We're going to do Exodus chapter 19. That's where we're going to start. We're not going to stay here all morning, but we're going to stay here for a little while. Lucy says it's 2 p.m. in Nigeria. All right. And it's 6 a.m. here on the east coast of the US. All right. Denzel, what's up? A lot of people coming in the chat this morning with the name Denzel. What's going on? Was that a famous name 50 years ago or something? I don't know. But we're not going to spend too much time lollygagging this morning. We're going to move right along into the reading. Anybody who have them Bible, you wanna come along, you wanna read along with me, you want us to yeah, if you have your Bible, we can read along. If somebody over there on the talk has their Bible and want to come up and we can read alternately, you are also welcome. You are also welcome. Lucy says, if I'm going to church today, you have just walked into my church, my love. Oh, welcome. We are on to Exodus chapter 19, my friends. Let's see what Moses told the people in chapter 19 of the Exodus. All right. And Moses said, now Emily, what's up? Chapter 19. Chapter 19, 1-9 of the Exodus. That's where we're at. All right. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. All right. Pucci, good morning. How are you doing, love bug? Good to see you, sugar. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, my dear. How are you doing? All right, let us continue. For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Israel camped before the mountain. And Moses went up unto God. And the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. All right, this is what him say, Lord, tell Moses what he should say to the children of Israel. He have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bare you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then he shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. All right. All right. I was watching a thing last night online, and the conversation surrounded who actually wrote the contents of the Bible. And my contribution to the chat was, do you all notice that all of the Bible is written in the 3rd person? Do you all notice that? All of the Bible is written in the 3rd person. He said, he spoke to God, Moses spoke to God, all of that. There is no Moses writing saying, I spoke to God and God told me this. There is none of that. And if you think I'm wrong, go check it out and come back and tell me. There is none of that. All you hear is Moses said, he talked to God, he. Everything is in the third person. Have you ever wondered about that? Why would I be writing an experience and write of myself in the third person? Because you like to run me down and say, oh, Moses wrote this. Why would Moses be writing, be documenting something, some kind of experience he had with God, and be documenting it with himself as in the third person? Go and stew on that and let me know. Right, Beauty, good morning. How are you doing? How is South Africa this morning? Good to see you. When you all find the answer to that, you all let me know. And you all tell me, when is it that you have ever given an account of an experience you have had and you have written it or repeated it in the third person? All right. Let us continue. And you shall be upon me, and you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which the Lord commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord has spoken we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. So, Mark, I wanted you to understand this. I want you all to get this clearly. All right. So Moses brought the people out into this wilderness. Moses went up on this mountain where he had to go in privacy to go up on this mountain to go talk with this God. He goes up on the mountain, he talks to God. God says, you see all the things I did in Egypt? I want you to make sure the people them understand, say, me no joke. You see all the things I did in Egypt, make them know, say, anyhow, them double cross me, I will do that to them too. You get it? And then Moses had to go down, call the elders, everybody, to tell all the people what God had told him. That once you keep my covenant, once you do what I say, you don't have to worry. But you double cross me just once, and I will show you all what I am made of, just as I did in Egypt. And then after he told the elders to tell the people all of that, then he had to go back up on the mountain to go tell God that he told the people. Lucy says, because God revealed to him what he needs to write. The inspiration is from God. The inspiration is from God, not from Moses. Lucy, did you hear what I said? If you didn't hear, listen some more. I might repeat it. Okay? All right. So now Moses had to go back up on the mountain to go tell God that he told the people. In what you all have been taught about the omnipresence of God, would Moses have to go back to tell God that he told the people what God had said? Just stew on that a little bit and let us continue. And the Lord said unto Moses, lo, I come unto you in the thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever. And Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. Now, if Moses have to continuously go to report to God what the people have said, does that mean that God is not omnipresent? He was not there. He did not hear what the people said, since Moses had to report to him what the people said. Moses have to constantly be going between God and the people to tell the people what God said and to tell God what the people said. Now, the way I have been indoctrinated into believing the presence and powers of this God, it would tell me that this God would be able to speak to everyone's heart. Somebody says it was after that he became omnipresent. Okay. It was after that he became omnipresent. I bet it was. I bet it was. Because there is no way that there would be omnipresence here if a human being had to be going back and forth to report to this God. And that is why I believe I had said in one of our lives, I had said that I believe the person who was on that mountain talking to Moses was maybe his father-in-law. I don't know why I feel that way, but I feel like the person he was going. Somebody says he became omnipresent after the inception of Christianity. You got a point. Maybe then, because if you notice in the Old Testament, as we have been reading, Moses, it claims that Moses been talking with God, but it's never that he was able to just talk to God without having gone in seclusion to meet with this God. With the powers that I have been indoctrinating to believing, I would think that Moses could stand right there in front of the people and get this inspiration from this God. Why would it be that he would have had to have gone in seclusion all the times? And he was going back and forth. He go up the mountain, behind the mountain, go talk to this God, whatever this God told him. He came, he told the people, whatever was the people's response. He had to go back again to tell God the people's response. That doesn't seem too godly to me. Because wouldn't God be able, in all honesty and all fairness, guys, with this omnipresent God, wouldn't he be able to know what the people said without Moses having to come back behind the mountain to tell him? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Wouldn't he? Moses shouldn't have to be going back and forth. Remember, by this time, Moses is an old man. God have this old man walking back and forth behind this mountain, up and down this mountain, telling him what the people said and telling the people what he said. Let me continue. Morning, Susie. Good morning. How you doing? Let us continue. And the Lord said unto Moses, go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day. For the third day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourselves, that he go not up into the mountain, or touch the borders of it, because whosoever touches the mountain shall be surely put to death. All right. So I want to know if you understand right there, so good and proper. So all this time, Moses has been going back and forth, up and down this mountain, reporting to God what the people said and reporting to the people what God said, because God was behind this mountain. Then God told him on the third day, I am going to come in the midst of the people myself. I'm going to make myself seen. I'm going to allow the people to see me. But guess what? While I am up here, the people can't touch the mountain. The people can't even as much as try to peep around the mountain to see me. Because if they do, they are going to be put to death. No, let's think logically. Let's think logically. If a president, a prime minister say they are coming to meet with the people, and they say, I'm going to be in this building. But let me tell you something. Anybody who try to peep through a window to see me, you shall surely be put to death. Who would go to that meeting? Any of you would go? I wouldn't go for sure. Because I'm like, I was going to be like, what kind of a tyranny is this? What is this? But here in the Bible, you all want to embrace it and accept it that, oh yes, this sounds logical. This sounds real. This sounds like something that a God should do. Yeah, if you try to see him, if you try to even peep around the mountain to see him at all, your punishment for such a transgression is death. Or because you want to see him. But let's move on. All right, so God told Moses to tell the people to make sure they don't as much as try to peep around the mountain to see him, or else they shall be put to death. There shall not a hand touch the mountain, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. And I me say it in the Bible. Wanna look at me like me have 10 heads. And I me say it in the Bible. Moses said, God tell him, said, people, he must tell the people, don't you ever try to peep around the mountain. Don't try to touch the mountain. Don't try to see me. If you do, you're going to be put to death. Either them are going to stone you or you're going to be shot through. That shot through means, you know, the bow and arrow. Yeah, it's just like a pew-pew. You shall be unalived. You see the minor transgression that will lead to your death by the Bible, God? Sounds like the beginning of scamming, fear factor. You are right. Exactly. Exactly. And trying to see the God who you are worshiping, trying to see the God who you are worshiping should not be a death sentence. But so it was. So it said in the Bible. I did not make it up. And if you want reference, it's in Exodus 19. All right? It says, you shall surely be put to death. If you so as much touch the mountain, you shall be stoned or shot through, whether it be a beast or a man, you shall not live. When the trumpet sounds long, they shall come up to the mount. All right. So, so the people, I want you all to imagine the crowd of people who Moses have following him. This crowd of people, they are standing off away from the mountain. Moses leaves them there and he goes up on the mountain. He tells them he's going up on the mountain to talk to God. He goes up on the mountain. He has done this back and forth thing for a few days, going up to talk to God, coming back to tell the people what God said, going back to tell God what the people said, coming. He's been doing that. And then God says to him, God must be sorry for Moses at this point, because Moses is an old man and tired going back and forth up on that mountain. So now God said to him, on the third day, I'm going to come down and I'm going to make the people see me. Go and tell them that. But they should not try to come up on the mountain, neither the people nor their animals. mustn't try to come up on the mountain to see me. Because if they do, they are going to be stoned, shot through, whatever it is we're going to do, we're going to put them to death. You notice that these actions would have been human actions. It wouldn't be that, it wasn't that God said, all right, I shall smite them, where their bodily functions are just going to stop because he would have had that ability and just struck them down dead. It wasn't that. He needed human beings. Because you think God will come throw a stone on the people? No. He would have required the people there, your fellow man, to throw stones on you, to unalive you, all because you tried to look up on a mountain to see him. And he didn't spare that even the animals. He said man or beast. So what one cow was going to do? One cow was going to look up on the mountain and see God and come back and tell him, Master. What was a goat going to do? So when I tell you all that the way the Bible, Mark Gabriel, good morning, how you doing? The cruelty that is displayed in the Bible, I don't see how y'all justify it. Because this right here now would have been straight up cruelty. For God to be on a mountain, and even the cow, the sheep, the goat, coming around just to eat 2 blades of grass. And God swears to them see him on the mountain. And then he's going to command Moses to unalive these animals. Let's continue. Let us continue. And Moses went down from the mountain unto the people and sanctified the people. And the people washed their clothes. And he said unto them, be ready against the 3rd day. Come not at your wives. All right, so these are the things on washing your clothes and keeping yourself clean. Don't go to your wife for these 3 days. And it came to pass on the 3rd day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and the voice of the trumpet exceedingly loud, so that all the people that were in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the nether part of the mountain. And Mount Sinai, hold on, let me spin this page here. Hold on. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. All right. Let us continue. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, remember Moses said that was going to be the people's cue. There was going to be a sound of a trumpet. It was going to be a long... Seth, good morning. How you doing? There was going to be a long sounding trumpet sound. Okay? And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai and on the top of the mountain. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. And the Lord said unto Moses, go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. So the Lord come down upon this mountain with fire and smoke and whatever. And then he called Moses up on the mountain. I want you to just imagine a scenario like this, where there are thousands of people standing there waiting on their God to appear. Then there is smoke and fire on the mountain, which is supposed to represent the presence of their God. And then their God calls their leader Moses up on the mountain. And Moses hurries up the mountain to go into God's presence to talk with him. And God says to Moses, hurry back down the mountain and go warn these people to remember not to even try to come see me, not to even peep around the mountain. Just remind them that their death will be imminent if they do. God have to constantly remind you all that he will get another human to you if you don't do as he says. Make that sink in. Because if you notice, all that we have been reading so far, Moses have had to remind the people repeatedly not to even try to see God, because the punishment for even trying to see him was death. I can't say that enough. I can't say how appalling that is. That's the only punishment. That's the only punishment that God would have had for his people, was to unalive them. No other punishment. It wasn't that you get to sit under an olive tree for 6 hours. It wasn't that you got to join Moses in coming into his presence. It was nothing of the sort. You had to be eliminated. And why would you want to eliminate somebody from society for such a minor transgression? You know what I think? I think it's because they were afraid that if the human beings who were there being led by Moses ever saw the person who was on the mountain, it was going to blow the cover of the scam. It was going to blow the cover of the scam. Because why else would you want them dead? Just for seeing you? But they're supposed to worship you and praise you and bring sacrifices to you. But if they see you, if they just as much as see you, their reward for seeing you must be death. But still, you want them to worship and praise you and bring sacrifices to you. You don't find that questionable? Joseph! Happy Sunday morning to you, Joseph. Joseph, me wake up early now. Me I make up nice on your head. Wake up, sleeper. There's no reason to be sleeping at this time of the morning. It's almost 7 o'clock, Joseph. You should be up long time ago. But good to see you. Happy Sunday to you, love bug. I'm glad I could wake you up. But let us continue, people. I find it to be quite concerning. Quite concerning. If you have your mother in the house and your mother says to you, me leave some tea on the stove, and if I go upstairs, I'm going to come back down and the tea no there. I have a pew here and everybody I go get it. What? What do you want if your mom is crazy? Like, mommy, if you look at tea, just for like a tea, I gotta do that. Well, it's the same energy I get from this Bible, God. It's the same energy I get. You're gonna tell Moses, if the people so as much as try to see you, if the people as much as touch this mountain that you are on, your punishment for them is that they must be unalived. But he's all loving and merciful. I got you. Let us continue. And verse 22 says, and let the priests also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. And Moses said unto the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, saying, set bounds about the mountain and sanctify it. You're in the cold bed listening to me. Good. I should be there warming you up, Joseph. But anywho, you say you can't manage me, so that's all right. We've been working with that for how long now? For many, many years. We're still gonna continue working with it. All right, guys. So y'all hear that? Didn't they say nobody see God's face? How comes Moses was gonna call the other elders to come in God's presence? How he was gonna call them? Because it says here, and let the priests also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves. So the priests, remember Moses had a point. Remember Moses had appointed some priests, some people, some elders amongst them to be priests and leaders, lower level leaders, so he could control the crowd. Because if you all remember, when Moses was given these instructions according to the Bible to lead these people, he was trying to do it all on his own. And it was not until his father-in-law said, hold up a minute now, Moses. Moses, you one cannot handle this. You cannot stay up on here all day long telling these people, passing judgment, having these people come to you with their quarrels and their problems and their neighborly disagreements, etc. And you are trying to rectify everything. You can't. Oh, was it snowing last night? Oh yeah. You cannot do that because you're an old man. You're going to be worn out. What you must do is have some of the elders, appoint some of the elders among you to different groups. So you're going to get your governor, you're going to get your which other one? Your senator, you're going to get your councilman, all of this. And if after going through all those people with their problems and they're going up the chain of command and they can't solve their issues, then it comes to you. You are the last resort. It's like Moses would be now the high court, right? So them go a county court and all. You go a county court and all, and then if they cannot solve the issue, then it goes all the way up to Moses, right? This is somebody named Jamaica, whatever. Listen, you notice that this is my platform? You have one chance to come over here and be rude. One chance. You see those people in blue over there? They will take you out off of my platform. Don't come over here, please. Don't come over here. You are not welcomed. Okay? Good. But let us continue. Is it really cold? But oh Lord, we are cold down here too. It looked like we got a little bit of snow last night. I'm looking outside and I'm seeing the ground is white. So we had snow. We had snow last night too. All right, let us continue. Let us continue, lovely people. So, and let the priests also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. And Moses said unto the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou chargest us, saying, set bounds about the mountain and sanctify it. So God did forget, same tell Moses that? Did God forget that he told Moses that the people were not supposed to come up there? Only Moses was supposed to come up. So now God telling Moses to go tell some of the elders to come up to see him. And Moses is reminding God that me can't do that because you just say my people them can't come up here or else they shall be struck to death. Does that bring up any questions for y'all? Does that bring up any questions in your minds as to who this God was upon this mountain? Let me get this straight. So God come up on this mountain with fire and smoke. And he tells Moses, he had told Moses prior, he said, don't make these people come up on this mountain, not the animals, nobody to touch, even touch the mountain, or else they shall be put to death. Okay? Then God called Moses up on this mountain. And when Moses went up there, God tell him to go get some of the elders to come join him up on the mountain in God's presence. And Moses had to remind God, how you want me to go tell the elders to come up here, come in your presence, when you said before, you told me before, to tell the people that none of them should come near the mountain, touch the mountain, or even try to peep around the mountain, or they shall die. So did God forget? You answer that for yourselves. You answer that for yourselves. But let us continue. And the Lord said unto him, away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, you and Aaron with you, but let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. So you see how God keep on changing his mind? This God can't make up his mind. And why this God can't make up his mind? Because it was an ordinary man up there. One man up there talked to Moses. This was not no God with no omnipresence. No. I don't know, cannot convince me otherwise. So Moses went down unto the people and spoke to them. Let me tell you something. Anything that is true, truth does not have variations. 1 + 1 is 2. There are no variations. Every other number to infinity is a variation of a lie, but not the truth. 2 + 2 make 4, and until eternity, it will always be 4. If the answer comes up to be 1, 5, 6, 7, 10, a million, it will always be wrong. Truth does not have variations. It's one answer. So right there for me confirms that it was not an omnipresent God that was up on Mount Sinai talking to Moses. And if I must believe that it is an omnipresent God who was there, then I have to also believe that he's not omnipresent. That he doesn't know what he's talking about. That he's forgetting the instructions that he's giving. That he's depending on Moses to be his ears and his brain and his mouthpiece at the same time. And me said, people, it is right here, written here. I'm reading it from here. I'm not taking it out of my head. Okay, I'm not taking it out of my head. I'm reading it right here. So if you want to have a conversation, Seth, what's up?
Not much.
What I say?
So you're saying, so you're not a Christian. You were reading the scriptures like you were.
I'm reading the scriptures because you see, Seth, I have been indoctrinated into this thing here. And I have been brought up all my life to believe what is in the Bible. Remember, I wasn't told anything otherwise growing up. I was told, read the Bible, whatever in the Bible, follow what is in the Bible. So it is my prerogative to read what is in there. And from me having read it, I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, the questions are fine. Yes, yes, that's okay. We all have questions when we read the Bible, but my thing is, you don't believe in the Bible, but you're up so early studying the Bible to disprove it.
All day long. All day long. All day long, I tell you. All day long.
There's a fight happening within you, and you're like,
It is no longer a fight. It is no longer a fight. After having read it from the beginning to the end, it is no longer a fight. Now, the people who are listening, and the people who are listening, but they refuse to read it. I'm here for them right now. It's not about me anymore. I've come to my conclusion.
You know, Jesus said, um, it's okay if you don't believe, like that's fine. But when you start to convince other people, that's where you put Jesus said, it's anyone causes one of my little children to stray, it would be better for that man to tie a boulder around his neck and drown himself.
What exactly are you saying? So
saying
them to throw a rope around my neck, because me read the word?
No, I'm saying it's okay if you don't believe it, but when you start to convince other people that it's not.
So you're telling me that I have no authority to ask any questions about what is being given to me as my guide? I have no reason to question it? Is that what you're saying?
No, Trevessence, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're legitimately to ask questions because everybody who read the word of God have questions.
Right. But you are saying, but what are you saying? Are you saying I shouldn't ask it out loud? Because when I ask it out loud, it introduces people to the questions that I have as well. So they start questioning their faith as well.
What I'm saying is, so if you have questions, right, you can ask your questions. But when you start to put it in a way where you're convincing other people that it's not true, right?
Why are you bothered by that? Do you realize that at my good ripe age of 50 plenty, I have been indoctrinated since before birth? I have been told what to believe. So you say that those people who told me what to believe, the same way that you would say, for me to start questioning this and to be questioning it out aloud and allowing other people to question it as well, I deserve what you say, the Bible said, to put a rope around my neck. Then would you say the same for the people who indoctrinated me even before I was born? Then the walla we are going to put rope around the walla we neck and the walla we are going to just jump off?
No.
Cause what in the world? You are telling me I have no reason. Do you think I've ever gone into a class and sat there and had the teacher teach the lesson and never ask a question? If you ever sit in a class and you never ask a question, maybe you weren't even listening to what the teacher was saying. Say what now?
I'm saying questioning is okay. If you go into that classroom now and the teacher is teaching and you get up and say, that is not true what you're teaching, right? And without any proper evidence for no say, what you're saying to the teacher is unequivocally true as opposed to what the teacher is saying, then you're putting doubts in the other student's head when you yourself is not 100% sure. Because the thing is, you cannot be 100% sure, right?
Hold on there, Seth. I don't want my head me I said this now. This is from the word I'm reading. So I don't understand what you are saying as though I don't have any proof of what I'm saying. I am reading it from the pages of the Bible. I'm not making stuff up. I'm not sitting here. I'm not sitting here in a delusionary world creating stuff that comes to my mind and just saying it because I have a mouth and and that's not what I'm doing. I am reading it right from the pages of the Bible. So what exactly are you saying to me, Seth?
Right. So
You're saying by me saying out loud what is in the Bible, I am doing some kind of injustice to humanity? I thought I was doing something great. Because I'm telling them what is in the Bible. Where's the evidence of God said? Crash out. You see it?
Crash out is a non-believer just like yourself, and he would agree
Crash
with
out. Listen. Tell me, say crash out is a non-believer. Crash out is a forward-thinking person like myself. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we all think we're forward.
Because remember, Seth, I'm not here making up stuff. Crash out, what's up? Good morning. I'm not here making up stuff. What I just spoke about is what I just read. Right, Joseph? It's not something I made up. I just read it from the Bible. It says God was up on the mountain. God come down on this mountain in fire, and he was up on this mountain, and he called Moses to come up on the mountain. Moses went up on the mountain. He told Moses to go tell the people not to try to see up on the mountain, not the people nor the animals. Don't try to peep around the mountain. Don't even touch the mountain, or else they shall be stoned or they shall be shot through. When he called Moses up on the mountain, Moses went down and he gave the people this order that he said God told him. Then God called Moses again up on the mountain. When Moses went up on the mountain, God told him to go get some of the elders to come up to the mountain. Moses said to God, I can't do that. Did you not just tell me that the people shouldn't come up on the mountain or they shall be put to death? So I can't, are you telling me now to go call the elders? And I'm me make it up, Seth. I didn't make that up. That's right here in Exodus 19. God said to him, oh, all right, me did forget, so me did say that. So just go on down there now and go call Aaron.
God say him forget.
Then I must forget, God forget, if Moses had to remind him.
Well, no, you just quote the scripture and you give it word for word what it said, but then you get to a point
if Moses had to remind God that God himself had told him that the people couldn't come up on the mountain and couldn't touch the mountain, does that not mean that God had forgotten what he had told Moses?
No, of course not.
So what would that mean to you? If you say to your child, go put this milk in the fridge. The child went and put the milk in the fridge. And then you told the child, bring me the milk that is on the counter. And the child says to you, but there's no milk on the counter. Wouldn't it be that you forgot that the milk is in the fridge? You forgot. No, you don't forget.
No, of course not.
What does that mean then, Seth?
The other day, right, me and my daughter, said to my daughter, say, you should not eat any more snacks in your room, because when you eat snacks in your room, you leave crumbs in the room, and I don't want any bugs to get in your room, right? And then, a few days later, I gave her a snack and said, go eat this in your room. Did I forget that I told her not to eat a snack in her room? No, I wanted to know if she remembered the rule that I put down a few days ago.
So if somebody has to be reminded of something, doesn't it mean that they forgot originally? If Moses had to remind God, God said to Moses, go get the elders and bring them to see me. And Moses had to remind it. Moses said, but you remember, you told me that none of the people should come up on the mountain or they shall be put to death.
Are we talking about we're talking about the omniscient?
The omniscient, the omnipresent, yes.
God.
Mm-hmm.
No. I just want to ask that. The all-knowing God said. Let's not forget. Your daughter ain't God.
There you go.
My daughter isn't God, but it's the same
There you go.
scenario. And we've done this many times in our lives, and we've done what this scenario here that's in the Bible, we've actually done it many times in our life, and it doesn't mean that we forgot.
Think about it. All knowing, all powerful. We're talking about God.
All present. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Come on, don't be biased, bro. You're being dishonest at this point.
I'm not being biased, I'm being realistic.
No, you're being dishonest. Because if God knows...
Exactly, Joseph, you forget.
He wouldn't ask. Now, come on, sir. Just be honest.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple, Seth. You know, and I don't want people to say like I'm trying to make people not believe the word. I'm not here to try to make anybody not believe. I want you all to put on your thinking caps. Be realistic. Be realistic when you are reading. Be realistic, because there's absolutely no way you can convince me. You can convince me that whoever was up on that mountain was omnipresent, omniscient, or all of these things. There's no way. Because in that event, that person would not forget what they had told Moses. And then there would be consistency in the instructions that were given to Moses. There was no consistency. He was just all over the place. Nothing, somebody says, nothing in the Bible supports omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent being. Exactly. Because why would it require an ordinary being like Moses to remind somebody who's an energy that is omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent? Why would it require an ordinary human being to remind them of what they had said?
And I'm saying it wasn't to remind them.
It was what, Seth?
Hold on, you were reading Exodus 17, right?
No, I was reading Exodus 19. Okay? And if you don't want me to read it again, those of you who missed it, may we read it again. Let's read it again. Verse 20 of Exodus chapter 19. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mountain. And the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mountain. And Moses went up. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go down and charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. All right? You know, want them to come try to peep to see who Moses is talking to on the mountain, or else they're going to be okay. And let the priests also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. All right? He said, let the priests them come as well. All right? And Moses said unto the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you have charged them that if they do, they shall die. Wasn't it God who told Moses to go tell the people that? Not to look on the mountain, not to touch the mountain, not to try, because if they did, he was going to order for them to be unalived. And now he's telling Moses, go down there and call the priests and tell them to come. And Moses reminded him that you said the people could not come, or else they're going to die. And then God said to Moses, and then the Lord said unto him, away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, you and Aaron. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up. So now God changed his mind. Because he told him in verse 22 to go bring up the priests. And Moses said to him, you said the people can't come up or else they're going to die. And then he changed his mind and said, all right, you and Aaron can come, but nobody else. It's right there, Seth. I don't mean make it up.
Don't use that excuse, Seth. You don't understand and try to insult someone's intelligence, because if you can understand, why nobody else can understand it?
Exactly. Exactly. Why would it be that you can understand what is being read, but I don't have the intelligence enough to understand what I am reading? Like, seriously?
It's not. No, the Bible is not about intelligence. The Bible is not. Listen, I've seen many scholars read this book, and I've seen uneducated people, and I've seen mediocre educated people read this book. And the scholars will read it in a way. The Bible is how you approach it, right? So if you're approaching it to pick it apart and to contradict it or to cast doubt in your mind. You know, I was talking to somebody the other day, right? And this is a real story. The person said, him never want to read the Bible all in life because him have a biased opinion to it. And him say, this is a mature person here. Him say him never want to read it because him did have a bias mindset towards the Bible. So him get out now and him go buy a Bible 2 days ago. I'm say, why did you buy a Bible now? He say you have a biased opinion to it. Him said, no, I can approach it with an open mind. And I no longer have a biased opinion to it. So now I can read it. When you read the Bible, if you're approaching the Bible with a biased thing, you're gonna find all of these things that's gonna cause you to cast more doubts on the word of God, right? This is the eternal word of God. And if you read a scripture, you cannot just say, okay, understand it. This is what it means. No, it doesn't work like that. It's not an ordinary book. It's not an ordinary book.
So Seth, you know, the thing is, you're just talking about an individual at that point. It doesn't.
No, no, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
This is a real person. I mean,
Yes, just an individual who's got a
just
mind
like
of
you.
his own.
But just like you, though.
All right. Talking about an individual who's got a mind of his own, who approach things totally different than somebody else. So not because one person, said he approach it biasly, it means that everybody does the same thing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But there's a lot of verses in the Bible said, that God been asking questions for an all-knowing God.
Mm-hmm.
Lots, and I got them in my archive here, if you'd like to know. But we got a new guest here.
Hi.
Absolute. Good morning, lovely. What's up?
I'm fine. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you, lovely.
Thank you very, very much. Seth spoke about biases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seth, would you think that a person who believes the Bible to be the Word of God, who believes the Bible to be infallible, who believes the Bible to be divinely inspired, has a bias when they are reading the Bible?
Some people do. I can't say everyone because when I read the Bible, I try to be as unbiased as possible. There might be some bias to it. I'm not gonna lie, but so the way I read the Bible, right? Because I believe that it's the word of God. If I come across
that in itself is a bias.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I do have some biases, but I'm saying if I come across a scripture that is questionable, I will do a deep research before I even expound on that scripture. You know what I mean?
So, and the Christian way of doing a deep research, you find other Christian views and you pray to God about it. Am I lying?
Yeah, that would be primarily.
All right.
Because there's no answer
so,
anywhere else, right? There's nobody else that's gonna provide it.
There really? So
There goes your bias, Seth.
So
no, but anybody else, I would also
exactly.
if I go.
That is my very point.
No, but absolutely. Hold on. If I go and research an atheist expounding on that very scripture that I have questions about, he's also gonna be biased towards his explanation. You understand? Everybody have a bias.
Right.
Everybody.
However.
Right.
All right. Fair enough. However, if you are going to form an informed opinion about something, then you yourself have to take into consideration every other perspective surrounding it.
Right.
You cannot seek clarity
and defend yours against all others. Mm-hmm.
By only looking at one side of it.
Yeah, but you're
then that's not an informal opinion.
No, hold on.
No,
So how
I am
people
not.
Do research? How people do research, right? They have a question, they go to the side that is against their stance, and they go to the side that's with their stance, and then they have all this information. Now they put it together, and then they come up with their own opinion. They say, okay, so I'm gonna fully believe the one with me, and I'm gonna fully believe the one that's against me. But you have all this information now, so you now go inside your head and you try to piece it together. That's how you do research. You don't just research one side of it.
It isn't. You read critical analysis is reading widely. Yes, you are formulating your own opinion, but your own opinion is based on everything you have read out there, and you are not coming up with a definitive conclusion. That's the difference.
Yes.
If a conclusion cannot be met, then what?
If a conclusion cannot be met, then it's stuck there as a theory. You can theorize something and say, okay, or you can speculate and say this might be that. But but the problem is, right, when people come and say, oh, I have the undeniably, like, this is what this means. Like the sister just read Exodus 19, and she is convinced that what she read on the page and her takeaway is the infallible truth. And I'm saying,
I never got that from her. I never got that from her. How come? How
we got there, Seth?
She never said that.
Oh, you mean? But she was reading with such conviction.
Your biases tell you that that's what she said.
Seth worried, say I'm going to cause an awakening in the people.
Did anyone else get that?
Seth, why are you worried?
Because he has his own preconceived.
Exactly. Why are you worried that I'm going to cause an awakening?
Preconceived notion. I'm saying that it's possible.
People want to go read it for yourself. Okay, I'm going to go read it for yourself. Don't say Trev tell you no.
It's more than just reading it. Everybody can read the Bible. Everybody can pick up this book and read the Bible. But if you're going to just read it as an ordinary book, you're not going to get the essence of the book. Because
you need
Exodus
to read
19
it and have somebody who believe it explain it to you then.
No.
But that's
Jesus Christ said the Holy Spirit shall guide you in all truth. This
right.
book,
So you need to read it, believe it, and
you have to be filled with the Holy Spirit to understand.
Here you come back. No, so
that don't make no sense.
No sense at all.
So therefore, all right. So let us.
So people who are not filled with the Holy Spirit got no business reading the Bible. Really, Seth?
Wait then, no Seth. So all right. So does that mean that then that the only reason you do not understand the Quran is because you are not filled with the Prophet Muhammad then?
Oh, I read the Quran. The Quran is.
And do you understand it?
Yeah, it's not as complicated as the Bible.
All right. And do you think it is God's inspired words?
No, I think it was inspired by a demon.
Why you think so? Because you are not filled by the Prophet Muhammad then?
No, because
Why you think
Muhammad's encounter was questionable, and I have questioned
them. But Moses wasn't.
But Moses one wasn't.
Moses one wasn't, because Moses had witnesses. The children of Israel were hearing at one point. They said, Moses, you go and talk to him because we don't want to, because he's very scary, right?
Because they put fear in the people.
Fair.
No, but Muhammad was in a cave by himself, and the angel.
Guardia, what's up? How you doing?
And I said, go read. And Muhammad said, can't read. And the angel said, read. And at the end of the day, Muhammad run out and almost unalive himself. That is not consistent with the encounters that people have in the Bible with angels, right? So I choose to. That is my opinion, right?
Oh.
But what I'm saying is, it's
But yet
possible.
there is a whole religion that
Guardia,
believes
what's
it to
up?
be their truth.
How you
Yeah,
doing?
well, if a demon inspired a lot of people, remember Satan managed to take a third of the angels with him, you know. So who are we not to be
Listen,
deceived
Seth,
by?
even that whole story right there is a whole foolishness. Satan
Ridiculous,
is a whole
exactly.
ridiculous story about Satan was able to take angels with him out of heaven. What my question is, what was Satan up there doing in heaven in the first place? My question is, why was Satan made to be an angel in the first place if the all-knowing God knew that Satan was going to antagonize his good deeds? Why would he have had Satan up there?
Omnipotent, omnipresent, and
Yes,
omniscient.
carrying on with all this kind of antagonistic behavior before throwing
What's
him
the
out.
excuse then?
That whole story makes no sense.
No,
What's the
hold on.
excuse then?
Host, you say you were a Christian for how many years?
I thought the host said initially that she wasn't into any arguing. Why is it going that way? No, we're not into any argument, any arguing, but I do have an obligation to entertain people with differing views. And when they come out and try to convince me that what is on the pages of the Bible is contradictory, then I have to entertain them because it absolutely is contradictory. But they don't want to accept it. Especially people who
Host,
seem to
host.
want to embrace Christianity and they say the Bible is God's holy word. And then when you show to them what it is that they are saying is God's holy word, and these words sound like they could come straight out of hell, then they want to spin it around and then call you the devil. So I like to entertain them because I like to hear what they have to say.
Right,
Host,
right.
host. What? You say you were a Christian. How long were you a Christian
I
for?
said I was indoctrinated into Christianity.
Like
For how long?
everybody
All
else.
right.
Why did you leave?
Like you said,
What do you mean? Why did I leave?
Why did you abandon the
What
truth?
what truth?
The Bible.
Which Bible?
Said,
The Bible.
You hear me reading the Bible, Seth?
Huh?
You hear me reading the Bible? I'm reading what is on the pages. It is not that I sat in my kitchen and wrote a Bible for myself and I'm reading it here. I'm reading what is in this same Bible by which I have been indoctrinated, and you and many others. That's what I'm
Have you
reading.
been indoctrinated?
But
Have you
we
been
have been
indoctrinated?
indoctrinated, but we never got a chance for ourselves. And that's when people say to me, so, when I take your children to church, I said, I'm not indoctrinating my children into anything. Let my children grow up with their free spirit, free minds, and let them choose for themselves which path they want to take. I am not indoctrinating them into anything, especially something that I cannot prove is true.
woman of
it's
my
you,
own
you,
heart.
you
No,
know,
I ain't doing that. I'm doing that to my children.
But you can't prove it's not true, though, right? Let's be honest.
No, can you?
yeah.
If
Oh,
you
you
can
can't
prove
prove
it to
it's
be
true. No, you
to
can't.
be true, then prove it to me.
Well, I can tell you that the Bible, like it or
You're
not.
just parroting what you have been told, Seth. You're
No,
just
no, no.
parroting what you have been
Let
told.
me ask,
No.
can I ask Seth a
I
question?
assure you.
Hold
I
on, Seth. Let
assure
me
you.
hear what Naya got to say. Hold on. Where's Naya?
Seth, let me ask you a question. Um, when was the Old Testament written? The time frame?
The Old Testament. Which one exactly? Which book in the
No,
Old
I'm
Testament?
talking entirety, like when it was
Cassie,
written.
good morning. How you doing?
When it was put together, Seth.
It was put together about 1400 years ago.
1200 BCE to 200 BCE. And what language was it written in?
It was written in Hebrew.
And
Hebrew. Yeah, it was written in Hebrew. I know that for sure.
it was written in two different languages. Aramic. I can't even pronounce this word. Sorry.
Aramaic.
Aramic. Yeah. Right. And
Cardia, what's up?
Mesopotamia, Egypt, Canaan, and Babylon, right? So a lot of these stories that put in the Old Testament.
Where is Babylon?
Somewhere in the east.
Where?
I do not know. Why is that even relevant?
Well, you name a bunch of places, and
Yeah, well, this is from the research, right?
Yeah, he has named ancient civilizations, and the names countries used to be called thousands of years ago.
Mhm.
So you are looking geographically around where Iran, Iraq is now.
Right.
What's the point of even asking?
Yeah. It's around.
so you said the Bible was written in Aramaic and Hebrew, and the countries that wrote the Bible are in the Middle East.
Yeah, it grew out of the ancient Near Middle East civilization.
Not
I mean, it
countries,
grew out
civilization. Not countries, not countries, civilizations. You have to take yourself out of thinking about countries in modern that's a modern concept. There were ancient civilizations.
Right, but that would be same as countries, all right? I mean, if you have the ancient Mesopotamia,
Not gonna be the
you
same
know
as
that.
countries.
Okay, so what you're doing
Okay,
right
that's
now,
fine.
you're reflecting right now.
No, I'm not.
Selective hearing.
No, may I try
It's
to
wrong.
understand what you say it grew out of? Like, so what was it before it grew out of?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it doesn't matter because we need to get to the
And it's a reflection because, me I quiz about the Old Testament.
hold on. I don't have a problem with your question.
It's like you have selective hearing.
No, I don't have a problem, but you say it grew out of. So may I try wonder what it grew out of?
Well, it grew out of the Asian Near Eastern civilization. I never saw what country.
See, so hold on. So you're saying that before this was written in Aramaic and Hebrew, it was written in something. There was something that predates this.
I never said that. I'm talking about the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
And what it was written, and most of the stories, they're from an older text.
These are all from Hebrew people.
Like the creation story is from an older text.
What
it's
text?
similar to
What text? What text?
Epic of Gilgamesh. You have the flood story.
The flood story too came from the Gilgamesh story, right, Naya?
Yes, the creation story.
Because there was an older story. There was an older story about some kind of flooding of the same nature.
Why are you laughing, Seth?
And then the people who put the Bible together put their version of it.
The flood story is from earlier.
Let me ask you a question because a text is older. Hold on. So because a text is older, right? That means it's true, and the one that came after is not.
Well, it says that, Seth. What we're saying, the Old
That's
Testament.
not the point, Seth.
But you're drawing a comparison between. You're saying that because the Epic of Gilgamesh is older.
I never did that. What I did say is that these came from an older story.
Yes.
The Old Testament. That's what I said, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The laws.
But that's not true, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not true.
Seth.
There might be, hold on, brother. This is what I'm saying. It might be the case that some things are similar in each story, but it doesn't mean that the Bible took. Hold on, brother. It doesn't mean that the Bible took from a certain story. Everybody know that the Bible stories, the stories in the Bible are original, and they're not.
It's not original.
No, Seth.
Okay, Seth. Many stories resemble the Old
There's
Testament.
exactly.
Like creation story, similar to the Epic of Gilgamesh, the flood story.
In
Stop,
Okay,
stop,
sorry,
set,
go ahead,
stop.
go ahead, sorry, go ahead, go ahead,
The
go ahead.
flood story, earlier Mesopotamian flood story, you can go look it up in comparison, and laws similar to the code of Hammurabi.
Exactly,
I mean,
Super King.
this shows a borrowing and adaptation, not originally from scratch.
Right.
So it's been taken from somewhere, bro. In case you didn't know, Seth, I think you should go dive deep instead of trying to battle, because this is something new.
What I'm saying, brother, this is common sense, bro.
Hold on, Seth. Let me just give you the key point. The Israelites were not isolated. They absorbed ideas from surrounding cultures and reframed them around one national God, which is Yahweh.
Exactly.
And I'm making it up. You can go look it up, homie. Don't be scared to look it up.
But
these are all things.
But question: if we are accepting that there were very, very similar stories told in ancient times that were adopted by the Bible, that is now quote unquote truth, right, Seth? Then if the stories are very, very similar to stories of other deities and stories of other gods that predates Christianity, predates all the civilizations that believed in Yahweh and the Christian God, then are these stories then inspired by the Christian God? Because
great point.
If it is
great point.
even though it's a retold story.
No, so the problem is right. Hold on. So the problem is right. If a worldwide catastrophe happened, right, and you have two people from different nations decided to write about this catastrophe.
What worldwide catastrophe are we talking about?
Hold on. So we're not talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh, right?
No.
Say it contradict Noah's Ark, the story of Noah's flood, right? Hey, Ibn, you come up on the people and panel, you not even say good morning to everybody. You just start. Hold on, brother.
Good morning.
I'm in the middle of something right now, so hold on. All right, let's say 9/11 happened, right? And immediately a journalist write about it and say this is what happened. And me come now 10 years later and I decided to write about that same event. You're gonna say that because my story came 10 years after, my story is not true?
You know what's the difference between the flood and 9/11?
Right.
The flood, that never happened, and we can and Trev, I crave your indulgence to read the chapter at some point. But this is it.
I did read it, absolutely.
Friends, 9/11 happened. 9/11 was also televised. You had several survivors of 9/11 who could have given their account.
Right.
The flood, allegedly, only one man and his family were saved. So,
no, but you missed the point what I'm trying to make. Hold on, absolutely, you're missing the point.
I haven't missed it. Seth. If
you
one man and his
address,
family
you didn't address what I said, though.
Then why are there so many different stories of it? If it only captured one man
but
and
I'm
his
saying
family,
absolutely,
and
you didn't address.
As well,
You didn't address my argument.
No, I have addressed your argument, Seth.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Another thing is, if all the world was flooded and everything and everyone was destroyed with that Noah story, how come we are now able to read about events that occurred prior to this flood that supposedly occurred?
Also,
right.
If you will, also.
Who preserved that information for us?
Right. If you look at the earth itself, the physical structure of the earth makes it impossible for the entire world to be flooded at the same time.
Impossible.
Not possible.
Impossible.
And not only that,
how is it impossible? Hold on, Eben, hold on. How is it physically impossible?
You realize I don't interrupt you, please.
Now, not only it is physically impossible for the entire world to be flooded at the same time, you have to take three other things into consideration. Where did the water came from that flooded the entire earth? That's one. And two, where would the water go after the flood recede? That's two. And three, how did Noah communicate to the entire world that there was going to be a flood? There was no TV, no telephone, no satellite, no WhatsApp, no Facebook, no Instagram. How did he get to Australia, Morocco, Africa, Jamaica, Mexico, Canada? How the hell did that happen? How?
So you're saying that?
And how did he get the polar
You're saying
bears?
people were in Jamaica 4,000
How did he
years
get
ago?
How did he get the polar bears? How did he get the sloth? Look at the sloth from South America. How did he get those things in the ark? How? Those things moved 1 mile per year.
What does the scripture say?
I don't give two shit about what the scripture say. Don't ask me that. Use your brain. You can use your brain. It is legal to lose.
If you don't care
No.
about what the scripture says.
Use your brains. Just use your brains.
But hold on. I assure you, I'm using my brain. I don't know if you are.
No, you're
using
not.
yours, though.
You're not.
Imaginary
What did the Bible say?
stories.
How did the animals get to the ark?
Did the Bible tell you how specific animals got to the ark, Seth? Find it. Find the story and tell me what the Bible says.
Didn't it say God will bring the animals to Noah?
Oh, so God bring the polar bears them.
God brought the animals to Noah? Or God told Noah to take the animals in?
Assume say all these different species of animals that we see right now, they were around at that time, right?
But they're
Open the Bible and find it.
because fossils support them being around at that time. What fossil evidence does not support is
Fossil
the
also
existence
support a
of
flood.
an ark and the possibility of a flood.
So fossils also
No fossil support the flood.
also support.
No, the earth cannot be flooded. All of it cannot be flooded.
Flooded
the
at
same
once.
time.
Why you
It's
think
impossible.
Why you think that, bro?
It's not about thinking. No, nobody.
Tell me why you don't like. You say you cannot
So
get
then,
this, I'm asking you.
where did all that water go after the flood?
Yeah, where it receded to.
Well, we know that the water would have dried up, right?
And the humidity would have
Hold on.
cooked the earth.
And where did it come
You
from?
know what humidity is like after a little rain, let alone a flood that flooded the entire earth.
Look here, absolutely. Listen, absolutely. There's no water on the earth. Doesn't come from outside of the earth. So all the water
Exactly,
that is on
Gary.
the earth, from the earth become livable. Is the same amount of water that is here.
Cycle,
So if
exactly.
the entire earth, right? So if the entire earth is going to be flooded, it would need more water than that is presently here.
Than what is
And
present.
for
Mhm.
the flood to recede, the water would have to leave.
But you're
Hold on,
saying
I'm
because...
talking to Absolute. Let me talk to Absolute, please.
Hold on, brother, man. I get ready for God
Can I
church.
talk to
I'm
Absolute?
gonna get
Hold
ready for
on.
God church.
Set.
I have to
Calm
get
down
ready
your
to go to
anxiety.
church, my bro.
Calm down your anxiety.
We're gonna have to do an extra prayer for this, you know.
Don't
Yeah, but let me say now.
definitely. You know
Let me
what?
say this.
When I go into the house of the Lord today, I will be praying for the host, Trevessence,
Which Lord?
and all the
The
panel,
landlord
because
or the Lord of the ring?
you guys need
The Lord
divine.
of the ring or the landlord?
You guys.
I'm going and Seth, I am going to pray to my son's teddy bear for you. It have the very same effect.
To go to church to regurgitate the same verses in the Bible. My grandmother used to go to church for 50 years.
I don't understand it. When did my Caribbean people get so ungodly, man? Like, you know, back in the day, we used to.
We're not ungodly, we are awakened.
We used to put God so first,
You were
and
born
then our
in
countries
80s.
used to prosper. And now we take God out of the equation and look at, and we just
You
on
were
a
born
downhill
in
spiral.
the 80s.
How did
Ever
the
since.
how did your Caribbean people get indoctrinated in Christianity?
That is the question.
To say they were
We wise up.
we
Yes,
understand
Cassie.
that.
in the name of Jesus to accept it, and you are proud to sit there and ask, when did your Caribbean people reject the name? Why?
The church was planted,
No,
was placed
we
on
always
plantation
reject.
in Jamaica.
We always reject the shackles, but at one point our countries were thriving under the banner of one God. We were all created
What
in the
country
You
image
just
talking
and
about?
brainwashed
likeness
it.
of
Don't
God.
You're all right.
The
Look,
countries that are thriving are the countries that are
Yes, the one
that
thing.
are not theistic. The countries
Oh, like
that
China.
yeah, like China, no
Yeah, but
God.
look. No,
Can I
you
say
look
one
at
thing,
see,
though?
that's wrong.
Yes.
That's wrong.
Yes.
That's
Hold
wrong.
on, hold on.
Really?
I want
Yes,
Seth to
that's
go
right.
look. Hold on. I want Seth to go look this up. There's no country on this planet. Christianity went in peacefully. It's conquest and forced conversion. The only place is Ethiopia, and they did it through the courts. So
Brother,
you
we
can go
understand that, bro. Understand
bro,
that.
bro. You
We
do
understand.
understand that?
Of course, we understand that. We know.
Okay,
We know what
so
the book has
what is
done.
the con? What
The
is
book
the
has done.
context?
The book has
Seth,
done tremendous
Seth,
evil,
hold on.
and the book has done
Seth.
tremendous good. So let's not talk
Seth.
about only the evil, right?
No.
Sure.
Seth, what was the conquest?
Which one? The Roman Catholics?
All the conquest, Christianity went into country with the conquest. What was the conquest?
It was to spread the word of God.
No, it was stolen land. They went in there and stole the resources. And
No,
stole
not
their land.
not
Bro,
not all,
go look
not
it up,
all.
Seth. I'm not gonna argue on this.
Hold on, brother.
Because obviously,
You do your research. I also did my research.
hold on.
Don't come up here and act like you're the only one that's
No, that's fine. Well, obviously, yeah.
Crash out. Where was God when Hurricane Melissa was destroying all the churches in Western Jamaica, blow off all of them roof? Where was God? All of the churches. God just blow down all. Melissa just blow down all of the churches.
You need
God.
special prayers, brother.
God was protecting eggs in car crashes that killed
And car
children.
keys. No. Car keys. God was helping
Hold on.
me to find my car keys.
Conquest by
And
definition.
and keeping the Bibles from being destroyed.
Conquest by
I'm
definition.
gonna go get ready. I'm gonna go get ready
subjugation.
for church, yo. So I'm gonna have a good day.
And
Thanks
please,
for having me.
and bring the dictionary with you when you're going to the church too, and look up what conquest, the definition of conquest is.
And look up escapism. Escapism. You have to escape reality. Bob Marley sing a song like that, you know. Excuse me while I light my. Oh Lord, I got to take her. From reality we must drift. That's why I'm sticking with this.
You
So
can't
take it
escape.
easy now.
You can't escape reality no matter what kind of substance.
I'm glad you said that, Seth. You cannot escape reality. That's the truest word you have said today.
Better if you deal with it head on. You have to deal with reality head on.
Conquer, divide, and rule. Exactly,
Absolutely,
Patrick.
that's from reality. It's unbelievable.
The only thing that gives you reality is the Bible. That is what is happening. We have a physical world and we have a spiritual world. And the Bible, hold on. We have a physical world and we have a spiritual world. And the Bible opens up your eyes to the nature of men, physical people, and the nature of the spiritual world. And until we understand that, we'll be running around in the dark, chasing our tails. Amen? Amen.
All right,
Thank
Seth.
you.
Go on a
Thank you,
church.
host.
Go on a church.
Amen, B men and C men.
Amen. Let me tell you, Trev.
Yes.
Seth reminded me of a time when I would probably be vehemently defending the Bible like that. But then guess what? I was a teenager. I was 16 and 17.
I used to do the same
remember
thing.
I read through, I think it was this, I don't remember which story it was. And I went to a man, because he was an evangelist and, well-read Bible scholar, Seventh-day Adventist Church. And I had so many questions, and the man found it baffling. The man found it baffling, and he said to me, I must continue reading, but did I know that one of the reasons why God had to destroy Sodom and Sodom was because they were doing stem cell research down there? So I was like, huh? Apparently, his point was read, but don't think too much into it. Yes, because maybe God go destroy me for questioning.
Because you see, they have to drive fear into you. Without fear, the agenda cannot be promoted. You have to be afraid. Because notice,
and that's what Seth has.
Exactly. They have to get you to be afraid. That you see the first thing they tell you, don't question God. Don't question what is in the Bible. The first thing when I read Exodus 19 this morning, you hear what Seth said to me? It says people who read the Bible and have other people, I can't quote him here word for word, but essentially what he's saying is that the Bible says people who read the Bible and cause other people to question it, you better have them go through a rope around their neck. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Mm-hmm. So I am supposed to be afraid to read the book that was given to me as my guidance. I'm supposed to just follow blindly follow somebody who is telling me that this is what is in the book. But according to him, because I'm not filled with this Holy Ghost that he speaks of, I don't have any authority to read this book and try to comprehend it for myself. And I don't know if he's even listening to what he's saying. Because that would tell me that I should be so afraid of the Bible, so afraid of this energy that is in the Bible, that if I question it, I'm supposed to die. Just like how right now, where we just read in the Exodus 19, God said to Moses, tell the people not to come up on the mountain, not to try to even, don't touch the mountain, not even to try to look to see who is on top of the mountain. And my question remains, why would a God who is omnipresent not be able to control the people without even having to say to Moses? And then the same God says to Moses, go down off the mountain and tell the priest to come up to see me. And Moses had to remind him, wait a minute now, didn't you just tell me that the people cannot come up on the mountain and cannot touch the mountain, or else they shall be stoned or shot through? And God said, oh, okay, me never remember. Just go on down there and I must that him said to Moses. Because why is it that Moses had to remind God that God just told him that the people should not touch the mountain and should not try to see who was on top of the mountain? And once Moses reminded him that you said the people can't come up and they can't touch the mountain or they shall be put to death. And God said, okay, God damn, I forgot. Just go down there and bring up Aaron. And all I'm saying is, if this Bible God is as omnipresent and all these things as they say, he should not have forgotten. He should not have forgotten what he told Moses. Moses should not have had to remind him of what he said. So that's why I say there is no consistency. And these kinds of things, when you read in the Bible, it brings up a lot of questions. But a lot of people do not want to confront these questions because it brings them face to face with the reality that there is no consistency in the Bible. And once they have to face that, go ahead.
It is difficult for a person to have a conflict with the whole core of their spiritual belief.
That is true.
Question everything that they have been told from they were babies, you know?
Yes. And it is very hard for some people to confront it, because deep in their minds they are worried, they are fearful that you see what I'm saying? Oh, I forgot to a rope around neck. That's in his mind, that if I ever question what was presented to me, then my death is going to be imminent.
Yes, God is going to kill you.
Yes, I'm going to be struck down. And you see, that was the same kind of tactic that Moses used on the people. Come Moses, somebody says, Cassie says, my son knew it was nonsense during Sunday school at 8 years old. Of course, yes. And I tell you, once you have read the Bible, like right on here, we read this Bible from Genesis to Revelation already. And many of you said, Trev, come read the Bible for me because my head turned upside down. But can't believe because I'd only read these verses and these verses. I'd never actually read it contextually. You know, I just grab a verse here, grab a verse there, and we talk about it and whatever. But now when I listen to you read it, I get some context of who was speaking, what they were talking about. And it makes me have a lot of questions that cannot be answered. And people are so deathly afraid of asking the questions. They find it easier to demonize anybody who asks the questions. Right, Super King? Because that is easier for them than for them to confront the truth. And the truth is that there is no truth here. There's all conflicts, all kinds of conflicts. Somebody says,
truth is not absolute. So truth is not absolute. The only truth that exists is a mathematical formula that solves a problem. If no problem is solved, it's still not true. Truth is not absolute.
Truth does not have variations, my friend. Yeah, the truth doesn't have variations. If it has variations, then it cannot be truth. And when I'm reading the Bible, I find variations of what they consider to be truth. So they can't suck me in and tell me that, oh yes, so A is true, B is true, C is true, all of them. You ever get an exam and every single one of the options is true unless they say all of the above? Okay.
And also think about it. Think about it though. Why would a God make us in the first place and then make us imperfect or make us perfect and put a tree in the midst of a garden that God knows we are unable to resist because it's all-knowing.
Okay.
And then
punish us.
He, the all-knowing God, when the all-knowing God watch us fail, He, the all-knowing God,
punishes us.
And punishes us.
Yes. Punishes us.
I tell you what, take it a little bit further, right? Because apparently the war in heaven where Satan was cast out and all that with a third of the angels happened before creation, right? Now, why are you going to cast Satan and 1/3 of the angels out to earth? Of all the millions of planets that you quote unquote created, you choose the one planet that you cast out the man that tried to overthrow you, and you create humans there and then not expect him to tempt them.
Okay.
So there's two parts to that story that you could look at. I look at that story twofold. One, and this is the way I look at it, and I think Jamaicans and black people need to start looking at it. If any of us working for a company and the CEO is immortal, he cannot pass away, and there's no election to change that CEO, but that CEO is a tyrant from hell. No raise of pay, the conditions are harsh, and you see a third of the staff walk out, you would say to yourself, they did well by walking out. And if he fires them, you would say that he's evil for firing them. Right? Now, God is the CEO. He cannot die. No one can vote him out. And everything is either his way or the highway. If he casts out a third of the angels out of heaven, he's evil. And if they walk out, they did well for walking out. But we were told that Satan is evil and God is good. Now, there's another side to this same story. If any of us here, any human being on this earth, find a rattlesnake, which we're going to call Satan the serpent, and we have that serpent in our bedroom and that serpent bites us, None of us will put that serpent, lock him in a room with our naive children and tell them not to play with it.
Okay.
But God caused that serpent down to hell, to earth, where he have a man and a woman who did not have the knowledge of good and evil. And he tell them not to eat from a tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the serpent that disagreed with God told them to eat of this tree of knowledge of good and evil. And they obeyed, and God got mad.
Okay.
He got mad at the same Satan serpent that disobeyed him, God. Why wouldn't that same serpent trick two naive people?
Okay. Great question. Great question. And then God turned around and look who he punishes. Look who he punishes. He punishes the people. Why God has never taken any effort to get rid of Satan then? Ever notice that all the angels are male? That too. Somebody says maybe God like to play games. And I said, you are so right, because it seems like all a bunch of game playing. It's like he's playing games with this Satan character. Because look at it. If you take a look at, say, the flood, since we're talking about the flood, look at the flood. At the flood, he said he looks down and he sees how wicked the people in the world has become. And he has found favor in one man, his wife, his 3 sons and their wives. So he destroys the entire earth and he saves these 8 people. Oh, because only these 8 people were worthy, right? He saves 8 people, and then after the flood, he lets out these 8 people to repopulate the earth. And these 8 people who he had found to be worthy were the 8 people who repopulated the earth with people like me and you, who still turn out to be wicked again, to be doing the very same thing that he so despised that caused him to destroy the earth.
Host, you missed the nugget. You said he repopulated the earth with 8 people. Yes, before the flood, there was no nuclear bombs, no weapon, no World War I, no World War II. There was no slavery. There was no Pol Pot. We didn't have the mustache guy from Germany. So he did worse
afterwards
than he did before.
Before.
Yes.
Okay.
He did worse, way worse.
Somebody says all angels are men. Oh yeah.
I want you to look, just explore the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Let us look at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. And the story of Job. These are the two worst. Right, so for example, let us take Sodom and Gomorrah first. There was sexual immorality happening in Sodom and Gomorrah. And God did not like it. He was upset. Totally against it. And he burned that city to the ground.
Right.
Lot's wife and Lot's 2 daughters were good people, and Lot were good people. And he asked them to leave. Tarry not in all the plain, nor behind you look thou never. You will consume in flame. So they were leaving. But Lot's wife looked back and remember she had a leather sofa. And she didn't want it to be burned. So she looked back, whether it's physically or figuratively. She looked back. And what God did, turned her into a pillar of salt. But no sooner, Lot's daughters took him to a cave, drunk him with wine, and both of them gangbanged him. So this all-knowing God, who burned down a city for sexual immorality, did not foresee that Lot, these 2 girls are tricksters and they're immoral and they should be burned.
Okay.
And Lot also is a naive dumbass, and he also should be burned. God didn't see none of this.
And the thing too, Gager, Lot did not have to go into that mountain. It wasn't like the whole world was mountain and this mountain alone was his saving grace.
Exactly.
It could have gone up to where Abraham was. There are many places he could have gone, but he chose this secluded up there with his 2 daughters. Lot had intentions to sleep with his daughters, because remember, Lot told the men The Lot told the men when they were knocking down his door, listen, I have 2 daughters in here who have never seen a man, so you all can take them, do with them what you want. So Lot had intentions to sleep with them daughters.
Yeah, but God, all of this, God didn't know.
Not just
So
and not just that, he also left his 2 daughters fiancés. They were promised to men who, by all accounts, were not sexually immoral. So why never bring the man them with him?
Because he had intentions to sleep with the daughters.
But while all of this was happening and Lot was conjuring up all of this scheme,
Okay.
God didn't see it.
Oh.
The same God who knows your heart, He knows your thought, He watches you in your sleep. He didn't know that, but He could burn down. He could turn Lot's wife into a pillar of salt for looking back.
All right. Okay. So there is no consistency. There's no consistency. And because of how their society was set up and the patriarchy where the men have to look like they are strong and the women have to end up being the villains, you know. You see how they wrote the story? They said the daughters said, oh, there is no men up here. There's nobody up here for us to procreate with. So, oh, it's only our father, but let us drunk him. Not no gossip. I would not believe that story no way, no how.
Exactly.
Yeah, so let us drunk our father so we can have his children.
Biologically speaking, a drunk old man are gonna be able to keep it up and bring it to an end. You know?
Well, apparently he did.
No, alcohol no works so in old.
Well, Eric, you are welcome to keep scrolling, lovely. You're welcome to keep scrolling. Uh-huh.
There's also something that we should look into. And these are stories that we tell our children. I believe that is child abuse. When you have children read the Bible, that's child abuse. Because that's not a story that no child
should be reading.
Should be subjected to read. No. That's child abuse. Now if you look at the story of Job, Job had no problem with God. God see on this earth no one more faithful than Job. And while God was having his council meeting, Satan just walked into the council meeting.
Exactly.
And God asked him, God said, where you coming from?
Where you are come from now?
Well, where you coming from? And he was like, oh, I was just running up and down the earth, you know, drinking a beer and having some magnum and some jerk pork. And God said, like, really? Ever run into the rude boy what we call Job? He said, yeah. He said, there's no one more faithful than him. Satan said, try me. And God said, you know what? The bet is on. And think about it. Job was God's friend.
Right.
And look at the abuse God put Job through.
Okay.
To prove a point to Satan.
To prove a point to Satan.
Yes.
To prove a point to who? To Satan.
Who would want a friend like that?
Talking about he was testing Job's faithfulness. Say what now?
How would I test Job's faithfulness if I was a God and I know what Job is going to do?
And I would know Job's heart. I would need to put him through all of that. I would need to put him to put my friend through all of that to test his faithfulness to me. I would have already known his heart. I would have already known that he is loyal and faithful to me. I would not have to give Satan, who is considered to be the enemy, that kind of level of rejoicing over my friend. I wouldn't have to do that.
And then watch poor Job blame himself and tell himself that he sin and repent and all of that and go through the worst. And then at the end have this whole egotistical speech.
Okay.
Who told the son where to stand in the, you understand?
Exactly.
Who feed this, who feed that, when
right.
you do it. All of this is on
Exactly.
you. You had a bet. And then how is Satan? All right. So after Satan walk out with a third of the angel, tempted Adam and Eve and get punished with that too. How is Satan still having access to council meetings?
Okay.
How that work? Or
Oh,
can
did
still walk in.
yes. How could Satan just be walking and you and Satan just having casual conversation like, yo boss, where you was earlier? Where you coming from? You understand me? How does that work? And then even Job's friends who were bringing to Job the reality of what he was thinking, saying, Job, imagine you wouldn't hurt a fly. You don't do anything bad. And look what this God is doing. No, man, there must be something you have done behind closed doors that you are not telling us. Because there is no way that of all the people, you are the most faithful, and this is what your God is doing to you. What God I turn around and do? Be upset with Job's friends. So he's blaming everybody else for all the confusion that he's causing.
Except taking blame.
Except taking responsibility. Exactly.
But look. Again, to show you how unaccountable this God is. He made Adam. He made Eve. He made Satan. He made the world. He made everything. And then, when everything got screwed up, you know what he did with his only son? He sent his only son, who had nothing to do with any of it, to be crucified, to be judged by sinful mortal men and be crucified. That's child abuse. If that's what he does to his son, I don't want him to be my father.
Okay, what you sacrifice though? Because you're dead for it's not even 3 days. Alright, so you get crucified on the Friday, you're crucified on the Friday, right? You rest the Saturday, the quote unquote Sabbath in the grave, and then Sunday morning that them go check your prepare your space properly. You're not there. Where the real sacrifice there? You're prove a point.
But
it
even
was
the
there to prove
symbolism.
a point.
Yes, but
And
even the symbolism of it. Yeah, but even the symbolism of it shows that he's an abusive father. Because he could have said, hey, let us stop this. Let us clean this up. Let us fix this now. But he did not. He sent his son to be abused. Either way.
Well, them claims they're the same person because them not say Christianity have one deity. So the same person with 3 split personalities. So it's not him real son. It's him. It's a bipolar. That him personalities is split personalities because it's one God them have. It's one God. Christianity have one God.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay. We're not talking. We're talking about the author of the book, not really God, right?
It's certainly not. There's no God who authored the Bible.
I think we're missed. There is a difference. So you don't believe in God? That's what you're saying.
No. Tell me the difference.
What?
The difference is, me personally believe in God. The Bible I don't believe in.
I'm not asking you what you believe in. I want to know the difference between what's written in the book and the God that you're talking about. That's all I care about.
Okay, all right. So there have to be someone responsible for all of this, like you and me right now living and everything in nature and all of that. There have to be someone that's responsible for that.
Why?
Do you have kids? No, hold on.
I do.
You have kids?
Yes.
You have kids? Where
Yes.
do you get them from? Where do you get them from?
My girl and I, we went to bed and we do what we did and we got the kids. But
Hold on. Where did your girl come from?
That's the same thing that I was saying. There have to be someone responsible for the first person.
I ask you a simple, legitimate question.
That's not what you're saying. Is the same thing that I started with. Where does all of this begun?
But hold on. Don't be like overly anxious. Just think about simple question. Where did your girl come from?
She came from her mom.
And her father, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some maths right now, and it's simple.
Okay.
So you have one mother and one father, yes?
Yes.
Your father and your mother have one mother and one father, right?
Yeah, that's
So
simple.
hold on, man. Hold on, please. So every time you go up, the number of parents double, right? So you start out with 2 people, which is your mother and your father, then 4 people, which is your grandparents, then 8 people, which are your great-grandparents, and then 16 people, which are your great-great-grandparents, and every time you go up, the number exponentially doubles. Watch this. You are not heading towards 2 people. You are heading away from 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You are branching up in a cone. You're not heading towards 2 people. There is nowhere where on this earth, this world could start from 2 people. And I'm going to tell you 3 reasons why the earth could not start from 2 people. Biologically, it is impossible for just 2 human beings, mammal, which we are mammal, to have children and our children inbreed and sustain any gene pool. We will pass away. That will collapse.
What you tell me no make no sense at all.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you anything. I'm telling you this. I taught this in school.
Still don't
Learned
make any
this in
sense to me
primary-
what you're saying though.
Hold on, my friend. I taught this in school. I learned this in primary school. Mammals cannot inbreed. You cannot. So
It
Adam
make
and
no
Eve
sense
cannot-
what you're saying, bro. No sense at all
Right.
what you're trying to your explanation.
No. I'm not being contemptuous. I'm not. I'm just telling you something. Write it down on a paper. I'm not debating you either.
No, I'm not.
Go.
Would I write down foolishness?
No, man. So I tell you 3 reasons why it wouldn't happen, right? So that was 1. Mammals cannot inbreed. You cannot inbreed and make family. You can't. And it has never happened. Secondly, when a woman gives birth to a child, she is most vulnerable. She's vulnerable through 9 months of pregnancy, and she's most vulnerable when she's giving birth and give birth.
Yeah, a woman can't have 2 youths in a one ear, bro.
Oh, you're not listening. You feel
No,
you feel
but
listening.
what you're saying is making
Oh, hold
no
on.
sense at all to me even start with. I don't know what I don't know even know.
Mute him for a minute. Let me just say what I'm saying, and then he can say, please.
Right, go on. I can't mute me. That way my saying make no sense.
Please. So when a woman gives birth to her baby, and let us agree that there was only Adam and Eve and wild animals. You have the saber-toothed tiger, the wolf, the hyena, the lion, the tiger, the snake, the anaconda, whatever you think about, scorpion, screwworm, fly, maggots, mosquito, malaria. When she gave birth to little Cain or Abel, whichever one she gave birth to first, I don't care, she would lose her life. Animals that smell blood would have come and consume her. So that's 2 reasons. Number 3 reasons why she could not have baby and we survive. They did not have anything to protect them. They didn't have any shelter. There was no machete, no Home Depot, no chainsaw, no 2x4, no plywood. Any cave they go into, they would have died. Anyone. Good.
You done? You done, sir?
I want you now to don't attack me.
I'm not attacking. I was not. My mission wasn't to attack anyone on this
I'm a
land.
comedian. Didn't you just say that I'm a comedian?
Yeah, because it's funny to
I'm
me.
not attack. Hold on. I could have attacked your lack of intellect, but I'm not.
Oh, so that's as intellectual that what you just are going with? You feel like that was...
Hold on. What am I going on with? I said something.
None of what you said never makes sense to what me started.
All right. So let me ask you, which makes sense? Which make more sense? And I'm going to ask you that the sun was created 4 days after the heaven and the earth. That makes sense.
No. I don't know. Me personally don't know any of that. And that's what me said. Me just said All of this have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, but you believe that a God make all of this in 7 days or 6 days?
Do all right. We can call him or her or whosoever do this. Some scientists and nature. So we don't. Me personally don't know. But as what me said, there's somebody have to be responsible for this. For do all of this. What make we there? That's what me said.
Gage, give me a minute, please.
Yes.
Why you?
Yes.
Let me ask RR. Why you feel say there has to be a being responsible for us being here?
Yeah, but my say something or somebody have to be responsible. Oh, we just appear out of the blues, like just.
But wouldn't that being have to just appear out of the blues too, or would that being have a God then?
And that's my question. I don't know. But I said somebody have to be responsible. I don't know how this started, but me I said somebody out there. The Bible, as what me I said, as when we start with, me no believe in the Bible. Because all of the things that I want me to learn from when me I grow up and everything, but me I believe that there's something out there we're responsible for just
so
creation.
that's gonna make you a feast, right? That is your system of belief. You're a feast. All right, fine. I understand where you are come from, but when me I come from now, my question now, as somebody who is not a feast, is that the basis of your belief then is that you cannot have intelligent beings and what you see as an intelligent design without a person to create it or a creator. And then my thing now is, well, then who would create the intelligent creator? Because then that would be even a bigger superior intellect, right? To make such a vast universe. So who would create that being? And if we go all the way back, then God have a God, God have a God, God have a God, then where does it really end? Is it?
Yes, I understand what you say 100%. And this is the thing. Remember, for instance, with even say a millionaire then. Or me I'm in construction. I have my own construction company. So the thing is, I start with one house, and then from the house there, I sell the house there and use it to get 2 other houses and do that something that over and over. So it have to start from somewhere. You understand? You would remember everything we will have. Even the phone that we're talking about right now. Them have a creator. You understand? So it have to start from somewhere.
You still haven't answered the question if God have a God, if God have a creator.
So that the same thing, brother. You keep come back with the same thing. That's what me and the Empress just talk about. Me so feel like say start from somewhere. And me, so and that mean or no, I wish part it really a power.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I must say. That chances that God does have a God and God's God has a God. Yes. Right? So no, and then that's a theistic, that's a typical theistic view. Now be just with that. But my take from this though, as somebody who is not theist, oh Lord, I just lost my chain of thought. What was I gonna say?
But I have a question then. But absolutely, here's a question I have. What proof does anybody have that any of this have to be started at a one particular point? Why? So let me tell you. Hold on.
Yes, that is it. Wait, it come back.
Yeah.
This is exactly where I was coming to.
Yeah, what proof do we have? And the question I'm asking, and the reason why I ask this all the time, what make us believe it had to start from somewhere? Where is the gap?
There has to be a gap.
And
I
why?
agree.
I'm not a theist. I am agnostic, right? So I'm not a theist.
I am neither theistic. I'm neither agnostic, theistic, nor atheist. I'm just reasonable with my thinking. Let me tell you why. Let us agree. Let us agree that a God does exist. And there's a God who started all of this. And this is the view that I give theists all the time. Why is he absent? If he have any power at all, and there's Islam there's Hinduism, there's Christianity, and the various branches
Buddha.
of Christianity, Buddhism, and then Judaism, and every aspect of Judaism, Shia Islam, Sunni Islam. Why is he stand aside and so indifferent? Now, he could make the earth, he formed the earth, he controls things. Why is he absent? And that, if
move on to the next.
so how do we know? I believe religion.
The point I was going to make that I lost the train of thought and I got it back. The point I lost was that, right? First, a theistic view is based on not being able to think outside of things just happening or not really caring how things happen. It is applying everyday logics to a far more complicated scenario, right? And that is why too we have invented quote unquote gods. Yeah, because God is a concept we invented to explain something that we cannot explain.
It's deeper than that though, you know. Let me tell you, it's escapism. One is escapism.
And you know, all of the ills in life.
So one is escapism, and the other one is that we've been brainwashed under a socio-political structure. Religion is more political than anything else.
Me agree with that. Probably first, me agree with that.
It works on our psychology. Now, you say, for example, and this is how they give you God. And they will only, so God have three use. God is useful for the powerful to subjugate the weak.
Mm-hmm.
God is useful for the clergy to rob the poor.
Exactly.
And God is useful for the poor to escape reality. Watch this. So that's the only three use God have.
And for the wicked,
but it's all political. Exactly. So now say for example, you were in school getting bullied by your friends. And somebody told you that they have one friend who can play karate or can do magic or something, or have one pew pew. And you can be the man your friend, but you have to pay 15 cents or $15 to be in the group
exactly,
of people.
King Fire.
And then one day will come to school. Yeah, him will come to school one day, come beat up all of the people them who used to beat you up. But guess what? You continue to pay until a friend come beat them up back for you. But when is the right time? Your friend not ready to come yet, man. He might wait until he get up all like bad boy, then we can just beat up all of them one time. And every day one new bad boy rise up. That's why I'm not come. Because one new bad boy, more new bad boy going to come. So it's like a Tom and Jerry scenario. You're waiting to be vindicated. And that's part of the escapism.
Yeah,
now,
all you do is
think
waiting.
that a God would create, to think that a God would create this and be a good God, it would be really screwed up in our mind. Because if I am making an earth in any way, shape, or form, and I am powerful, there's no Satan who is going to come and screw it up.
Exactly.
There will be no hurricane, no volcano, no avalanche, no flooding, no typhoon, no famine, no desert. And no one less powerful than me cannot screw it up. And that's basically how I would lay out the premise for a God.
Mm-hmm.
If a God is unable to stop a Satan, to prevent a flood, to prevent a hurricane, he's not a God. He's a figment of man's imagination.
The thing is, I don't know where this is forward from, but there's certain things at the book I want me not believe in. And even, for instance, when me I grew up and the mother of our Father prayer there and something, where, you know, it's kind of like a teaching, same way at school, where you pray, but you don't even know what you pray about, but them I said,
You have to
We
pray.
need to do this.
Uh-huh.
You understand? So it's kind of one of them something there where them teach you as you grow up. Where the dog gets a brainwash, I mean, I agree with him that time there because I will pan and said same talk, but me agree with him on that. But the thing is, as me I grow, me I understand more and more.
You believe me talk foolishness?
Well, some of the things them, I'm not gonna say everything. Some of the stuff them not really make no sense where you are.
Hold on, man. You don't have to agree with what I say, but none of what I say no foolishness. And
all right. So if it's good to you, then
don't try to be disrespectful or insult.
I'm not disrespecting. No, all right. Sorry. If you take
Chill,
it as disrespect, I'm sorry, brother. I mean, apologize.
Chill. Let me hear what Let's Talk gotta say, Geja. Take a chill a little bit. Go on,
Let's talk. Me personally, just like all of us, what me don't know about the whole of it, just a couple of the people among here speak out like the Empress right now and that bro that them speak out. So me I think what me I get from it is all right. So there is no God, and I think we still are trying to figure out where this are forward from. But me not believing in the Bible, I can't explain the reason why me not believing in the Bible. Me already sit down on a sidewalk and I see two brothers, one is Church of God and one from Jehovah's Witness, and them forward and them have a conversation. And I like a war, them and them want a war because the one I believe this and the one I believe that. So me I say, hold on, so under the same Bible them I read. You understand? So everybody have their own opinion on how the Bible work. You see me? So me I say, nah, this something about this not really right. And then further down me I say, all right, so them have Adam and Eve in the garden. Then them create Cain and Abel. Cain kill him brother. And then them shun him out of the place, and then him go to next place and start a family, where the family the father from, who else they there. So there's a lot of things were just not really add up to me. And even with Mary and the baby and something, I said that are the first jacket, whatever of our the brother never sleep with the woman yet, and she have a baby. Oh, go on, he couldn't go.
Question. Hold on a second.
No sense to me.
Alright, hold on there. Quotient says there are so many gods and one Satan, and all the gods can come together and get rid of Satan. That is such a great point. That has always been my question. How come Satan has so much reign? And as we have been reading the Bible, we are seeing where the God that they have in the Bible has created way more atrocities in the Bible than the Satan that is in the Bible that they claim that we should fear. So my thing, I'm just not getting it. Who is really the one to be feared here? Is it Satan, or is it this God that is unaliving people left and right and then blaming it on Satan?
Well, yeah, well, one of the things what them do good in the Bible anyway, the five senses, we need to think for ourselves. And that
I'm glad you said that.
That's a great thing.
I'm glad you said that. We need to think for ourselves.
Yeah. Yes. So that's the major thing we take from it, from the book, because that's something I would grow up on people. I say this. I go through a situation already where I say, yo, say something I go on in my life and I need, prayer and something. But me I feel to myself I'm not worthy enough for pray for myself. You see me? Because I just things in my life and something. So me get people I pray for me, and them some have a pastor, the pastor I pray for me and all of that, and then the pastor tell me say him get a vision from God, and God want me make a donation, but God not tell me how much yet. And when him said God not tell you how much yet, me I say, where that brother I talk about?
Mm-hmm.
And then him text me back and say, God tell me how much no one this and that. And me I say, remember said that brother here, when I say, knowing I'm powerful. He know me I go no man can go take out the whole money if you want.
Exactly.
You don't need to tell go through you.
Go
You
through
don't need
you.
to use a third party to get to
The
me.
scam, the money. It's your money you
Yes,
want.
I mean, I say, and the brother have me at one point because him preaching and him praying and something. Me I say, yeah, the brother is on. But when him got this, so me I say, hold on, I want to go on here. So then me realize, say, even them church thing and all of them thing, how them I go through, it's just scamming really because them I say, Father God said, donate.
We donate. Bring all of this money.
I said, really? Me work all of them time, yeah. When me have my money and people need help, me I go help them, but give it to the church. When uno I go use it and pay for no bill and the people them still out there suffer.
Still out there suffer.
Would not do that.
Do you ever hear Satan or anybody who follow Satan and run around say Satan say if you give them money? Nobody.
Okay.
Satan never want money. Satan never broke. Satan no need no prayer. But the people them who have a powerful God always tell us that God said to give them money.
Alright, I agree with that.
God is God.
By Christian logics,
Yes. God is always
the
wrong.
rich and by Christian logics, the rich and powerful people are believers in Satan. By Christian logic.
Right.
Even though if you look on if you look where the riches in this world are, is the church's accounts. But
Yes.
Watch
by
this.
Christian logic,
Even though they
that is
believe that Satan is associated with rich people and all of that, look at what the pastor asks for all the time. Money.
Money.
And still say the love of money is the root of all evil.
Okay.
Remember
Robert.
none of that mess
Hold on, Robert asked.
in actuality, the churches have the biggest bank accounts, but the churches are going to tell you
And the
that
poorest
the
people.
rich billionaires, right?
Yes. The richest
And them
bank
are
account, the
gonna
poorest
say,
people.
Yes, richest bank. Yeah, the church bank account them big, you know.
And the poorest
But
people.
Look at Joel
They have
that
there.
the billionaires are the ones who the devil use.
But no,
And the devil
look at Joel Olstein, T.D. Jakes,
All of them.
Oral Roberts, James Baker, the one down in Guyana, then Jimmy Swaggart, all of these guys.
Name them. They are all
I
of
don't know
them.
How much money? Yes.
Flying around in
But if the
private
love of
jets and
money
all these
is the
things.
root- Right. But if the love of money is the root of all evil,
What am I doing
why
so
do
much?
they ask for it in church?
What am I doing so
Why
much?
do they ask for it in church? Yes, and why do they need it at church?
Because of the blessings. It is a show of God's blessings on them lives. So if you still got church and you poor, then you do something wrong.
But remember, the church encourages you to be poor.
The mega pastors here and them now bless you.
Yeah, the church encourages you to be poor. Look how they romanticize poverty.
Yes, it says, blessed are the poor.
Yes,
Blessed are
you are blessed to be poor. You're not supposed to have anything. It's easier for a poor man to go to heaven than for a rich man to go to need, like whatever that thing says. It's easier for a rich man to go something, whatever that says about the elephant and the needle eye.
for a camel to go through the eye
Camel,
of a needle,
elephant to
and
go,
a rich man
camel,
to go to
elephant,
heaven.
whatever. Something of the sort. And I say they use these terms because they want to try to brainwash you. They want to try to convince you that whatever it is they are selling, you need to buy. You need it. You need this level of fear. You
I'm
need-
a salesperson.
Yes, you need to be afraid, and fear will draw you closer. Fear will draw you closer to this master.
Yeah. That's true.
How will a poor person though? How will a poor person appreciate streets of gold and pearly gates? When you go to heaven, if I come from a very poor place with a poor mindset, as soon as me reach heaven, I start thieving gold off my road.
But,
No, you can't hold on. You can't have gold up pave your street. Me down the earth and the poor. Me I send some down there. Me I thief some to help out to my little friend them in the hood. Me I send down.
yeah, man, pack it and load up.
Me not gonna work out up here. Cause me I smuggle some down. Me I chop a line when me catch up there and send some down. Me not gonna work.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you very much.
When the dog say me that comedian in your angel say.
No, but
That's
it
funny
is
as hell.
but it is true. The same Bible also tells you that when you
I
are
know
dead,
that, but it's still funny.
when you are
Yeah, but
dead,
I have some
that's
friends
it.
that grew up in a
The dead don't know no thinking. There's no thinking. Everything, all biological processes cease. You are dead. But at the same breath, the
yeah.
same Bible tells you that you are going to be in heaven, walking on streets of gold, drinking milk and honey. This milk and honey story, they use it all the time as though it's all the people wanted was milk and honey. Because remember, Moses told the children of Israel that they're going to take them to a land of milk and honey, which was supposed to be Canaan. And they come back and they use the same milk and honey story to tell people, oh, you're going to die, you're going to go to heaven, go drink milk and honey.
They don't like milk and honey or some shrimp or something.
That meant a lot to the people who lived back then. Milk and honey would have been something like a luxury. But we are living in a modern time. The language that we would have used would have been different if we were making that story. Because what we are looking at is a book that is compiled with a little bit of history that is true and overlay with mythologies. And when you really think about the basics of Christianity, when you look at the illusion about miracles and all those things, and prayers, and when you I seriously asked myself one day, all the miracles that the church talk about, and that
where are they?
There is, and Jesus said that we who live in this time is gonna do even greater work than he did.
And where are they?
He was able to raise the dead. Now here is a question I want every Christian to answer. And all of us need to think about it. This is the question. If miracles are true, why is it that ever since humans have walked this earth, nobody has ever been able to miraculously replace the limb of a human being? No amputee has been able to get a new hand, a new foot, or 2 feet, or whatever it is, regardless of how intense the
It is visionary.
Fact,
it is.
Nobody, no clergy has ever dared prayed publicly for a limb to be restored to another person because he knows.
Or for anybody confined to a wheelchair to walk again.
Exactly.
Yes, they haven't been able to. We wouldn't have hospitals if all of this was true.
You can fake all the other miracles. You can fake it, and you can even blame reasons. You can even call it miracle just because you don't know the actual reason why that thing happened. Because, for example, thousands and thousands of years ago, a woman who could not have a child, blame it on God. It was God who closed her womb.
Right.
Today, because of medical technology, a woman knows exactly why she's not getting pregnant.
Exactly.
She knows whether her eggs are healthy or not. She knows whether she has enough hormone to bring a healthy fetus to maturity or not.
Exactly.
And many women who have children today, if they were alive thousands of years ago, they would have died from
without
stress
children.
And
they would have never have any.
They were barren because God has closed their womb. And I'm going to tell you something. One of the things that I feel so passionately about is the kind of abuse that humanity has suffered because of what we have been taught to believe to be true. And here is it. When a baby is born into this world, when a child is born into this world, and we look at that innocent child, and we say to that new life that doesn't belong to us, but is coming through us, we look at that life and say, you are cursed. Before you took a breath in this life, you are cursed. It is the worst abuse that has ever happened on man, and it has caused so much pain and brokenness in humanity. The person who came up with this original sin thing, not even Satan is as bad as he is.
Watch this, Lavi. Watch this.
Yes.
Go to any church in our region between Canada and Guatemala, including South and Central America and the Caribbean, and see if you don't see a handicap ramp. If there was any miracle that church can work or preachers, they would never make a handicap ramp. You've never seen any healer
Yes, there is around. I don't know, man. The abuse. I don't know. I wince when I think about the trap that we are born into.
Yeah.
When you're born into
I've been to
a world
Bethesda.
of religion.
It's
I've
true.
been to Bethesda, Walter Reed Hospital, down in Washington, D.C., because I had to go visit a lot of my friends who returned from combat with myself. I've never seen anybody praying there to get them out. You just pray for they have peace and they find joy. But as you said, none of a friend them will lose limb. They never pray back for them get back them limb neither. Never attempt.
Exactly.
Because they know it's not possible.
Prayer only work at church. Scam.
The nose and the limb now go forward, but
Yeah, no, him not gonna come back.
You notice,
them
even
probably that turn on cyborg.
even those who I notice in our Jamaican media every year they come out and they predict what's gonna happen. Notice the generality with which they speak. Notice all the people who have walked this earth who talk about their prophesying. They're always very general. Same thing that the psychic does. The same thing that the people who do the card, they read card and read palm. They speak in generalities and they speak about things that is typically gonna happen in the average person's life. And the issues that are typically gonna, everybody has, there's always somebody out there who's gonna do something negative to somebody. So if you speak in those general terms and you let the individual decide what that means. My grandfather told me something when I was growing up. And he said that when they were growing up, my grandfather was born in 1914. When he was a young man, the people in the district used to get into the car, they would fill a car and they would go to a mother woman who is a healer. Mm-hmm. Because they didn't have access to doctors and all that. So they used to rely on these kind of people. Mm-hmm. And so these people, if they have a sickness, they would go to these people. And he said, in order to get the car filled, he went along with them and he stood aside while everybody else who went for their whatever go there. And the woman looked at him and said, "You, sir, you don't believe in me." And he handed my grandfather a bottle with some medicine and says, "You take this and drink it." So my grandfather took it. He said he brought it home. And there's a heap of stone that was there. He opened the bottle and he poured it in it. And when the people were going back to the woman, because they always go back, he went along. And when the woman saw him, she said, "Look at you now. You look so much better. You look so healthy, blah, blah, blah." You see that?
Because she thought he drank
so,
it.
So these people, listen, man, they can't tell you when a hurricane is coming. We have to depend on science to tell
Exactly.
us. And when we just suffered a Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica, and they say the place had more church than anywhere else in the world. And you're telling me that there was not one righteous prayer in Jamaica for the hurricane not to hit Jamaica? And then the people who are saved say, "Thank God."
Blow down the church.
Come on.
He ain't blow away my church then.
Well, there you go.
I spoke about that earlier. That the God blow down them church. But let me tell you a funny joke. A pastor called me up one day out of the blue on the phone asking me for donation and told me that God have a very special blessing for me. And I said, "God tell you that?" And him say, "Yes. And I am a good person. I have a good heart. And there's so much blessing that God have for me." So I said, "Did God tell you that I'm not going to give you a penny?" He said, "No." I said, "See, you're not going to the right God."
Well, God don't carry the message right. Gary said, what happened when they speak in tongues? We're going to get to that, but not right now. Remember, only in the Bible. Only in the Bible got up. Exactly, quotient. Exactly. Only from what's written in the Bible that God have all this power. But what happened now?
God tell him.
Where is he now?
Yeah, God told him that I am a good person and there's so much blessing God have in store for me and he's going to give them to me. And I said, "Did God tell you that I'm not going to give you any money?" He says, "No." I said, "You're talking to the wrong God, my friend."
I can't with Lovey.
Talking to the wrong God.
Aye. Quotient said, somebody asked what happened when they speak in tongues. Gary.
Yeah, me I always wonder that too. Like, can nobody never break it down and say
Listen,
that them say?
Exactly. Didn't you know in the New Testament, Paul said, if you go in there, you start talking tongues, nobody understand, you should shut up, you're talking a bunch of nonsense. Well, that is my view on people talking in tongues because they themselves don't understand what they are talking about. The other day, a couple days ago, when we were on the live, there was a guy who was on the tube who was checking in and he was saying that nobody who claims Christianity is not going to go to wherever, heaven, wherever, unless they speak in tongues. And I was asking him, so when they speak in tongues, what language is it they're speaking? Who understands this language? He says it's between them and God. I said,
Okay.
you are
So
dismissed.
and them I do that in front of we.
In front of
what them I do, not do
exactly.
that in front of we. Then if you never speak in tongues and I just you and God,
Do that between you and God.
in your house, not do that in our church.
That's exactly what I said to him. Go and have that conversation between you and God, since you're speaking in tongues is only between you and him. Only he can understand you. Why would you be out in the middle of a church, falling down, your clothes flying over your head, carrying on, speaking all this alagabashanda something, whatever you're saying, and nobody else understands.
The church and now we are confused.
Right. Go in your closet. Since you say only God understand you, go in your closet and do it and let you and God have a conversation about it. It's a bunch of gibberish.
Let me tell you what. One of the things well, I wouldn't say disgust me. One of the things that concern me about men in church is that religion, especially Christianity, have made our men very effeminate and also very dishonest. And it have also perverted our families. And these are things that is concerning. Where does a man find it in himself to be standing up in any public space, any audience, in any crowd of people, jumping up, shaking him hand, getting tambourine, getting acting like that in some deep dark psychosis? You know this is not real. And you're doing that. And then you go home to your family to raise boys. How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you face, how does your children face the world?
Yeah, I've been to church a couple of times, but I not get, that thing the way people say, yeah, you need to go to church, and I not get that something the way where you feel like, yeah. This I always feel this awkwardness when I walk into a church. The bowing down, the getting down on your knees, the praising the Lord, the singing and the clapping. Yeah, these are things that, to me, these are not masculine traits. And these, hold on, these are very disturbing, effeminate traits. Very much disturbing. Yeah, me not do none of that in the church, but me not gonna lie. Me pray before I'm go on my knees. You do the hand thing and pray and pray, but that's the way I was brought up until you start really use your brain and understand for yourself. So what go on? This none of this will make no sense. I was raised up in the church, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't pray. I've always had two positions in prayer. Two. One, if God knows what I want, I don't have to tell him.
I don't have to ask him. That has been my position. I've said, why do I need to always be asking God for what I want? Don't he already know?
Right. And secondly, all right. Hold on. The second position I have, if God have a plan for me,
what can I do to change it?
His plan might be better than mine.
Okay.
His plan might be better than mine.
Okay.
So I don't have to pray. And those are my two positions.
Yeah.
All the time.
That's the same thing we're talking about on the live the other day when I said I don't understand prayer. They'll come at me talking about I need God. But you all don't understand my position. What I was saying is if God already has a plan for my life, God already knows what is going to happen to me from this moment forward. What is it going to change if I go down on my knees and pray to him from sun up to sundown? Do I have the power to make him change his mind? Because if I have the power to make him change his mind, then I would be more powerful than him. Because I shouldn't be able to make God change his mind. So what is the point?
So my thing is, I'm gonna go back to the book where whosoever right, and them said the five senses or whatever. The thing is, what about God and changing the mind and things like that. At the same thing, what have to do if you go into, say, you get an interview for sign up for your job. You have to say something to make the interviewer say, all right, you're the person for the job. So you change him in mind, and if he never want hire you before because him look by you and he might say, yo, me don't feel like you're my right person for the job, but then him listen to you, and then he might say, yo, you know what? Other brother, you know. Some more while are some things like that. You see me? So sometimes you have to do some things. So that's why I said the five senses. You use it.
If God's mind can be convinced, if you have to negotiate with him to get a particular result, because you're asking for one thing, the other person is asking for another thing, and if God needs to be pulled one way or the other, then God is not the only God that they say he is.
Exactly.
Because God is supposed to know exactly what things is gonna be without anybody have to impress him or try to change his mind.
Right.
And what we see in the Bible is that the men who wrote the Bible did a very good job of creating a God that is a human.
Yes.
Because the God of the Bible is a God who tests. Now the only reason why we test, we don't have the ability to know what the end result is. So we create tests.
Yes.
So Adam and Eve were tested for what?
Job was tested.
God destroyed so-called Sodom and Gomorrah, and before he did that, he basically said that he heard the people down there doing stuff, and he wanted to go check it out.
He's sending people. All right, sending people to go check it out.
Abraham negotiated with him and say, if you find a certain number, then don't destroy it. And God negotiated and negotiated. So it seems as if the God who is omniscient and omnipotent and all those things seem to be a God who doesn't really know everything, and he's seeking to find out things.
True.
But because we are in that, first of all, you have to understand, especially Christianity. Christianity is probably one of the religion that teaches that to teach human beings to find virtue in feeling guilty and dirty. For no other reason than the fact that you're human.
That saved a wretch like me.
So that's why when you go into church, you have to adopt a spirit of humility and openness and acceptance, because that is what the Bible engenders, because it is there to control. And if you're gonna control people, you have to divest them of any strength that they
may have had,
depending on you.
Exactly.
And that's why a lot of atheists became atheists in Bible school, because that is where you go and see that what is being taught out here is not what is being taught in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You gotta embody this amazing grace, how sweet the sound that save a wretch like me. You have to embody that for you to for your life to have meaning.
Divest you, and that's why those of us who want to think for ourselves, sometimes we do it at the risk of missing out on the social comfort and support that we used to get from certain people, because once you have grown beyond their consciousness, you are no longer gonna be having a harmonious relationship with them. But that is but it is better. Just like Spinoza. Spinoza died at 43. He was cursed by the church. He could not socialize with anybody. He basically lived the rest of his life lonely, but he was the freest man because he discovered that what we are being taught by the Bible is absolutely nonsense. And anybody who want to understand the Bible need to read Spinoza. Learn about this guy, because this guy basically pulled the rug from under the church and they curse him. It is recorded. They curse him going out when he's coming in. And you couldn't, no other human being could go within certain distance of him. This is how this man was discarded because he uncovered the truth. Yet, his methodology of reading the Bible is being used to teach now in universities. Biblical criticisms. And the correct hermeneutic to use. So, but ignorance is what is holding our own. You see, our people are the most ardent Christians, yet they have suffered the greatest by the hand of Christian teaching.
Mm-hmm. But watch this now. One of the things that I have always said, when I went to basic training, U.S. Army, first sergeant said to me, very first day of basic training, he said this is called TRADOC, training and indoctrination. He says every advertisement, every light, every word, every reprimand, every punishment, every brownie point, we are here trying to brainwash you, to win you, to make sure you are in our corner. He said you must know how you going to drink the Kool-Aid and what you plan to get out of it. And I just look at it. And from then on, I said to myself, I am not concerned with who is going to like me for not liking God and Christianity. No concern about that, none at all. I can go through TRADOC, training and indoctrination, and I see it, but I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I will take what's in it. I will learn. When I read the Bible, I am not reading the Bible to see if I can find God in it. I am reading the Bible to see if people are looking at what's written in the Bible. That's why all I read the Bible for, to see if people are physically, actually, actively looking at what's written in the Bible.
They don't.
They don't.
Most Christians,
when I talk about it, I'm not talking about it so that all of us can be kumbaya and I can be. That's why I don't call myself an atheist.
Right.
I don't want to be groupthink. I just want people to think. Think.
Yeah.
Most Christians have never read the Bible in its entirety.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
They just grab a verse here, grab a verse there.
Me personally, I read just a few lines, and a lot of things is kind of controversial. It's so I can't really like that I can't do.
Once you, I suggest that you try, because I don't think you had been here when we read it. We've read it here before, from Genesis to Revelation, read it all the way through. But once you have read it,
I went on your live this morning, and the conversation was good, so I joined.
Good. Once you have read the Bible, I tell you, you got more questions than answers, and it's coming straight out of the book. It's not like we just come up here and we make up something.
That's why I listen to, like, when when you guys are talking, I listen.
Right.
So I can understand more. But I'm just talking about, like, just stuff from my experience with the Bible and things that I went through. All right. So I already said at the beginning when I came on here that I have a construction company. So one of the something that we experienced is what we did at church, right? And the church one of the church will have a lot of classes for kids, right? So we install a couple of doors.
Okay.
Well, it's probably like 50 doors. And then when we install the 50 doors, then call us back and say, all right, we need to cut out a spot in the door and install glass, so when them go down the hallway, them can see another class to see if what going in this. So I say this kind of, at the time it don't make no sense to me, because I say this is a Christian place, and something want to feel like the teacher, them brother are going to do to the people in the class. But it was like one of them something with the nun and the priest them, where came out later, that them molest on them something about me never see it at the time. You understand? So it's kind of a learning process for me and that was something why me not really believe in the book where them write. That's what me say. Me not read it from start to finish. I read a couple of pages, and a lot of the things that don't make no sense to me because it contradict itself. I'm gonna say, yo, Lord, that's something here, and just figure shit out for yourself. Things where when you wouldn't like for yourself, don't do it to other people. Just shit like that. You see me? So my Lord, that's something. So me not believe in the Bible. That are the what me did. I say from day one more forward, yes, so. But I try to figure out where all of this start from.
All right, I got you. Now, question says, why do people think that they need God, though? To do what? That's a great question, Quotient. That's a great question. Where's Lavi? Lavi, you want all that? You want all that one?
Yes. When there's a people, I think that we should be mindful that there are parts of the world that that's not the case.
Exactly.
There are parts of the world that that's not the case, where they don't believe in God in the first place. So in believe in God the same way that the western part of the world believe in God, and therefore, when you're born into that, the mindset is different, right? If you are born into the Western world like us, then you feel as if you want a God because everybody else around you is reflecting that, and that is the mindset. That energy is pulling on you. So I always lift my hat to people who are able to stand up and say, you know what, all this thing that you've been telling me, now I have some questions, and I am gonna ask them. And if you're uncomfortable, it's your problem. But I need to get to the root of this because I don't feel good in myself. I don't feel as if this is right within me, and I have the right to question this and go in pursuit of it. You know, I remember when I used to be active in church, and I remember how I used to teach, and I remember how I used to study. And I was driving this morning, I was reflecting on it, and I said, you know, it is interesting because every time I opened the Bible back then, there was always an invisible wall that I put up, that I would not let my mind take me outside of that, because if I did that, it would be in conflict with my denominational perspective on it. And if I have to prepare this to teach, then I have to keep myself within the belief system to promote what I believe. But when I finally relieved myself of that, because I was bold enough to start to ask questions. I'm still asking questions, right? Over the last couple of years, I've put very deep studies into the Old Testament prophecies of Jesus, the Messiah. And what I'm going to say here, if Christians are listening to me, they're going to say, I'm out of my mind. But until you actually dig into the prophecies and see what they said about the Messiah that was to come, you will realize the one that are attributed to him has nothing at all to do with him. I was shocked when I found that information. As a matter of fact, listen, I am very sensitive to the people in my family and my friends who are deep into this belief. And the reason why I am sympathetic to them, I don't have any anger or any bitterness, because I understand. Because if you were in prison and you know on the outside, you understand how people feeling on the inside. And so I am sensitive to that, because I know it is difficult sometimes to ask people to give up what they have believed in and what has defined them. Because if they move out of that, they have no clue how to survive. So I am mindful of that, and that's my personal view. So when I find these things sometimes, I just keep it to myself, and I become silent, and just, when I find an avenue like this where we can talk like this, it's liberating, and it's freeing. But I understand where they are, and until they themselves start to ask the question that I ask and other people ask, and seek the answer with an open and honest mind, because it starts with one simple thing, you know, which is kind of ironic, because you would think that Christianity values honesty, but it doesn't. It is the opposite. It values deception.
Yes.
It values that even if you have hard, genuine, sincere questions, don't ask them. don't pollute the air of the brethren and cause conflict, because God's house is not a house of confusion and all those things. So they have all the slogans.
All the slogans to shut you up.
But yes, but your desire to seek to believe only things that are true, and your desire to be honest to your own being, your own self, that desire alone is enough to get you to start to ask the questions. And because listen, the only reason why people are uncomfortable when you ask questions is because they don't have the answers.
Exactly.
Those who have the answers love when you ask questions. Yeah. But your pastor who didn't even go to theological college, so he was not even indoctrinated the right way, and coming out here and try to tell you about something that he doesn't even know about.
Yeah, they're just.
But it's a business. It's a franchise.
It's a business. They pop up from everywhere like Jeremiah. Yeah. They pop up from everywhere like Jeremiah, and they create their own slogans like Jeremiah said. God said, "I knew you from before you were formed in your mother's womb." And everybody runs with that. And when he turns around and he tells the people that God told him to tell them that they should quietly go on, don't fight, go on to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar is God's servant. Go on to Babylon and go down there, go give your sons and your daughters to them to marry, and go build your houses and build your gardens down there. The people gently follow without resistance. Yes. And the few that resisted, I said, you know what, Jeremiah did not seem too right. What Jeremiah said, this cannot be right. Because how are we going to be forced to just walk away from our land and just go down to Babylon and go down there, and we're going to make our gardens, we're going to build our houses, we're going to mix with them. And they tried to remind him, didn't Moses say God said we shouldn't mix with other people? So how comes God give you a new story now? Jeremiah couldn't answer the people, so instead he tried to demonize them. The people are asking him valid questions. Like, coming down from our generations, we were told that we were not supposed to mix with the other people. And now here you come telling us, God told you to tell us to go down to Babylon, no fuss, no fight. Give the Babylonians our daughters to marry, take their sons and vice versa, and go stay down there for 70 years. You know what a generation, 70 years? When 70 years of a generation, what's going to happen with that whole culture? That whole culture is going to be diluted. Because if they go down...
belief system.
Yes, the whole belief system is going to be thwarted. If they go down, for them to go down to Babylon and go integrate themselves with the Babylonian teaching and the Babylonian people. And Jeremiah never liked that people were questioning what he was saying. But Jeremiah was doing that because Jeremiah was benefiting from it. But because he quoted everything with God told him and claimed to be this prophet, the little mendicant Jeremiah claimed to be this prophet, there were the masses of the people who were believing what he was saying. But there were people there who were questioning, like, this cannot be right. Because this is so far away from what Moses taught us. From what we have been taught from generation to generation. It cannot be right. And Jeremiah convinced them that, yes, God said so. They should go. But remember, the Babylonian government gave Jeremiah lots of victuals. So Jeremiah benefited from that prophecy that he gave to the people to go down to Babylon. So how would God now make Jeremiah, this prophet, benefit physically? Remember, he got land, he got security, he got vineyards, all these things. And the Babylonian government ordered that Jeremiah be secured and nobody should harm him. All while Jeremiah was able to send off the people in God's name. Send them off from their land, give up their fields and everything, just so that he could be honored, so to speak, so that he could be honored with security and land and all these things that he never had prior to that. Because he was a bum. He was he was poor. He was a beggar. He had nothing. Nobody really respected him or paid any attention to him until he started to talk about God tell him this and God tell him that. And it's the same kind of mentality we have here. You could have somebody out there on the street, uneducated, just anybody. Anybody can put a cloak on, take up a Bible and say, God tell them this, God tell them, and you see, in no time, they have a church full of congregants who are filling up their baskets every day with money, and before you know it, they are millionaires. Tell me I'm lying. Yeah, anybody.
You're
So
right.
people are so afraid. As soon as somebody say, God tell me if you tell you, say, everybody starts trembling. I say, oh yeah, God must have sent you. God must have sent you. If there is a God, and why would God be in malice with you? Why would I can't come tell you himself? What is it that he wants to tell you? Why would he have to tell somebody to come to tell you?
Yeah, God no need no third part.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get no money from. Wait, say me something that. Me don't want no money. Me don't want no money. But you see, it is the truth. And if you notice, when you read all of the Bible and you see all of these people who claim to be prophets, you will see that all of them, the one thing they have in common, one of the things, is that God always speak to them in their dreams. You never wonder about that? Anybody here ever wonder why God only talk to these people in their dreams? Some people say it's because when you go to sleep, you go into your unconscious state, and that's when you can communicate in the spiritual realm. I think that's what was somebody was saying the other day. So that's when you can communicate with the spirit world. That's when God can talk to you. But I say everybody goes in that state because everybody goes to sleep. So if that were the case, why wouldn't God speak to everybody on their own? Why would he need to speak to you to come to tell me? If he can only speak to us in our unconscious state when we are asleep, why would he need to tell you something to come tell me when I go to sleep just like you go to sleep? One bunch of nonsense. Don't make no sense. Right, Winsome? Yeah. That's just my view. Don't make no sense. Yes, because, of course, everybody, because them eat. Not nice because them eat late. Because they eat late at night. That part too.
Yeah. Then eat too late in the night and go have nightmare and I say, God reach out to them.
God reach out to them and God tell them this and God tell them that.
The thing about what has captivated us. I'm just saying us because we were all born in an environment where Christianity is a dominant religion.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that really catch us is that we were never exposed to anything else apart from that when we first entered this world. And so by the time we started to see other teachings and other belief systems, we already indoctrinated to believe that anything else outside of what we believe is not true.
Right.
But if we were exposed to other things and we were making the decision as adults without any kind of social pressure, we would have read the Bible as any other book. Mm-hmm. Rather than to presuppose before we even open it. Mm-hmm. We presuppose that this is the word of God, and therefore when we see any order in there from God to kill infants, to have women sold into sex slavery, mm-hmm. to have other nations as slaves and own as property, just like the African slave trade. When we see all these things, when a child that disobeyed the parent you should stone that child to death. A woman who didn't bleed on her wedding night, stone her to death. All
these things.
We have to in ourselves. We have to make space in our mind to accept that these actions are moral because it is coming from God. Yet still, we would, if anybody else did it, or if we were reading a book that God was doing it, we would say that God is wicked.
Yes.
But because you already are indoctrinated while you're reading it, you cannot apply the same critical thinking that any rational human being should use, and that is where the problem is.
That is where
That
the
is where the
problem
problem
is.
is, and I say it's the greatest abuse when a child is born into this world, and instead of nurturing that life and let that life become what it should be, you're looking at that life and telling that life that you are cursed.
You're cursed.
There's
You're
a
born
sin
in
on you, and
sin
you
and
need to be
shaping
saved.
iniquity.
You need to be. You know how many brilliant human beings that would have lived on this earth and accomplished so much in this earth if they were not taught that.
You're born in sin and shaping iniquity.
I'm telling you, man. That's a big issue, man. But we need to be saved. Saved from what?
From what?
And here's the difference in mindset. When I first read the story of Job, I was like, oh, this man is so faithful, and you know, the devil is so wicked. Why is the devil so bad? But then, when I start to read the story as if I'm reading any other literature, I realized that it is God who initiated this. The devil didn't bring up Job. The devil didn't say anything about Job. He appeared before God, and God asked him, where you're coming from. I said, I've been going back and forth on our temper. And God said to him, have you considered my servant Job? That he will never, he'll never disobey, blah, 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 blah. And the devil said, really? Then suppose you were to, do something. He said, because you're hedging him around. And God said, well, look at him. Do anything you want to do to him. Now, I want you to, when you read this, you must read it as if you are a part of the family of Job. Experiencing what your father is about to go through. Losing all his children, losing all his cattle, losing everything, losing his health. Why? Because God needs to show off to the devil how Job is. Because if God knows everything from the start to beginning, I'm not sure why he needs to prove to the devil who Job is. Because you see, the act of proving, and people don't really think about this, the act of proving yourself is first of all, it is based on the fact that you are not what you're about to prove, or you don't believe that you can be that. Only a person or a being that is insufficient would come to that point where it needs to show how strong it is, how just it is, and how merciful it is. If you are self-sufficient, all those needs and desires are met. That's what perfection means. All those needs are met, so you can't be jealous because your creature is worshiping something that you think it should. Because if you are really God and you're the only God, you would just be smiling and saying, well, he thinks he's worshiping that thing, but he doesn't realize he's worshiping me, because that thing is really me, because I made that thing. But somehow you are petty enough not only to hurt that man, but to visit the sin up to the fourth and third generation. Like, how malicious is that? How human is that? That is human, because listen, if you were to meet a human being who said that he will hurt a family and he has the ability to hurt the next fourth generation, you would look at that man.
I say crazy, yes.
What? I can't say. Loja, Mr. Big Word over here, sir. I respect your reason. Yeah, man, I respect your reason, but just there and listen and I learn.
Well, we are the more we learn, the more we realize how much we don't know.
That's true.
That's true.
And I can only share the what I have learned, what I have experienced, and the conclusions that I have come to. And this whole thing, especially when I hear Christian talk about objective morality, that somehow there's an objective morality, and without God, people just walk around and kill people and do this and do that. No, it's not true.
No, not true.
It's not true, because some of the most honest people I have ever met and I have ever worked with are people who don't believe in God. Okay? And there's no objective morality. There's no such thing. Because if there was objective morality, God could not do the things that God does. And when human beings do the same thing, it is a sin. It means that whatever that morality is, it is subjective to God, because it is coming from His own mind, and it is subjected to man, because it is not coming from man's own mind. If he believes that is coming from God, so what Christians believe in is the divine command theory. That's what it is. Whatever God says is moral. In other words, if God says, I delight in bashing their infants against the stones, as it is said in the Bible about God, then that in itself that God has said is moral. And if God says, if God says you should wipe out the father, the son, the children, and save all the women who never know a man for yourself, that is a moral action.
That's a moral
and
action.
God said you can, and when God said that you can make slaves of the people around you and you can pass them on as property to your children, that is a moral statement. And that is why the Europeans found biblical foundation for enslaving people from Africa, because the Bible teaches that slavery is right. And if Jesus was here, he didn't denounce it. And I would like to say, if God is so particular that you should, about, for example, as basic as God is so particular about you should not mix garments.
Not mixed garments.
As trivial,
something as trivial as that.
You can't mix cotton with polyester.
With polyester, you can't mix cotton with linen. You can't. Yes.
And you can't eat certain meat. These things are trivial things. And if God is so particular about that, but he could not say you should not enslave other human beings as property.
Okay.
And you want to tell me that that is written by God, right?
Yeah. I asked the same question too. I asked the same question. You can't be fat.
Are you a teacher?
In what?
Everything down. It just seems like you could be if you wanted to.
No, I wouldn't consider myself. As a matter of fact, this is the first forum I'm ever going on online to have this discussion. I have never ever done it.
No,
I study. I share it with people who are within my close proximity if they're open to it, and I have deep discussions, and I can be very critical, and I consume a lot of debates because I think that I learn a lot from doing that and doing my own studies of the Bible. Okay. And as I said, I do this not because I want to discredit other people or what other people believe, because people are entitled to believe what they want to believe. And if it works for you, then it works for you. It doesn't work for me.
It doesn't work for me.
It doesn't work for me because I believe that each life that comes into this experience, each life that comes here is different, is uniquely different, and there are things that you will find fulfillment in that other people won't. And and I've found that there are people who I've spoken to Christians, for example, middle women who have now passed probably they're just retiring or whatever. And I remember, and I was a younger man, so I used to look up to them as mothers. And one lady, and I remember this lady, very nice lady from St. Vincent, and she was telling me that when she was growing up, that, she had this high standard, that she had to marry to a pastor or a this or a that, and that because in the church, that's how the mindset was shaped. You have to marry to a person who is a Christian, you can't be unequally yoked and stuff like that. And she looked at me and she said she looked back and she regret the way that she had lived her life. Because here she is retiring, no husband, no children, nothing. All because of how she was taught and indoctrinated. So I have sympathy sometimes, most times. When I come across people who are still, and some of the people are my family too, they're deep in this, and I'm like, I wish I could just take out all that from you and give you what I have. Because you are better than that. You are stronger than that. You are more dynamic than that. You are constrained. You are constipated. Liberate yourself. But I can't. And it hurts.
They will not accept it. That is the thing.
No.
People are so set in their ways, and they're being tethered to fear, that they feel like any day I let go of this fear, I am doomed.
I'm done.
Yes, I'm done. I'm doomed.
I cannot. I didn't. When I asked if you was a teacher or whatever, I didn't. I disrespect you? I don't want to come across as.
No. sorry. I should be more direct in my response.
Okay. So I'm sorry about that.
We're good. No, man, we're good. We're
Yeah.
good. We're good.
I was just saying you're
Another-
well spoken, and I enjoy listening to just the way you.
Okay.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
The way you talk.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Many
Yes, that's right.
Christian,
Yeah, man.
many Christian has regrets. I mean, a lot of people have regrets. And not a lot of people, I wouldn't say regrets, and a lot of people have questions. There are lots of people who are covered with this cloak of Christianity, but they have questions. But as I said before, it's not that they don't want to ask these questions, but fear. They are afraid that if I dare to ask this question, people are going to look at me differently. People are going to say, "Oh, I'm not a true believer," and I'm afraid that God is going to strike me or something.
Yes.
Because even I'm here in the chat, people are threatening, "Oh, God going to strike me," and I'm a heathen and all these things. I'm not worried about that. I'm not afraid of that. I have outgrown that fear. I'm not worried about it, because one thing is for certain: there will be no human experience that I could have that you as a believer will never have. There is no human experience. The same way I can eat and be full, you can do the same. The same way I'm going to live and then die, you are going to have it. So you tell me what it is that you have an edge over me with, that make you feel superior, that because you believe and I don't, you have the authority to condemn me for my belief. I don't know. People just find your peace and indulge in it. Okay, that's fine. Simple. Patrick say, me like what me like. I mean, like what me just don't like. It has...
Oh, in a bounty killer vibes.
Yeah, in a bounty killer vibes. In a bounty killer vibes. Yeah, me like what me like.
But you know the thing about it, like, I mean, either side, whether a person believe in God or they don't believe in God, or they believe in the Bible or not, I believe in mutual respect.
Mm-hmm.
And
Me too.
I don't know why people feel if you think that what you believe is grounded in reality, meaning that it is true, and everybody else around you disagree with you, if you have found the truth, it should be sufficient.
For you.
It should be sufficient to keep you balanced
Mm-hmm.
and kind and honest in your response to people.
Right.
Yes.
It should be, because if it doesn't ground you like that, then probably you haven't found what you think you have.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't, as I said, people we all have family members who believe in the Bible, right? And it's not that, for me personally, I'm not saying that there is not a God, because I don't know. But what I can say is that, having read the Bible, I have grown enough to believe that what is said there could not be correct.
Could not
Yeah,
be.
the brother will leave no, well, I think you probably forward right before him leave. More shit it there. For talk to him, because he might say something like what you say about God just know that what me did us. I don't know.
Right.
But just know say
I don't know.
this a forward from somewhere. I don't know where it a forward from. But I think we should all use our senses, and whatever we don't like for us, we shouldn't do it to other people. You understand? So I feel like we should at that step that we should have take that detour than
Right.
So yes. So that me did I say, but him have a lot of things to say would never make no sense at all. Like you could have listened to you if you're awake.
Yeah. I mean, I have to be reasonable, and it doesn't mean that probably I won't get to a point where I say that there is none. But as I said, you have to begin the journey of exploring with the spirit of honesty. Be open and honest to yourself, and ask yourself the question, like, don't say you are something that you're not yet.
Yes.
So for me, it's safe for me to say I am deconstructing, like I am really stepping back and look at all the things I've believed in, to see if it is grounded in reality, because I think that this life would be a waste if I were to live my life believing in something that does not exist.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's still a growing process, you know?
It is a growing process, and that is why I'm so sensitive and I'm empathetic to people who are live in hell. I am just doing it because this is where my energy is pulling me, because my energy is saying, there's much more to this and you need to explore. And
Yes.
I owe it to myself, and I owe it to my children, that because if I were to stumble upon something that is important and I can share it with them so they don't have the same problem and they don't have to go through the same delusion, then I can do that. But I don't do this with any sinister feeling. Whatever I find, I share it, and I might sound passionate, but I'm doing it lovingly.
Gotcha.
Patrick says,
Yep.
the truth is,
Well
if
said.
this was back in the days, we would have to be hiding from. Patrick says, if this was back in the day, we would have to be hiding. That is true,
But
because people
you
were
know what you
never
said that
allowed. People were never allowed to question. You're right. You're right about that. Because people were never allowed to question anything. And that is why I believe the reading of the Bible is so fundamental to anybody who wants to believe or wants to deconstruct from having believed. Reading it for yourself is so important. Back in the day, they never encouraged the people to read. You know, people were banned
one
from
of the
reading.
things, though,
Don't you think it's because they know what was in it? Hold on there, let's talk. Don't you believe that they knew what was in it, and they knew the people would start asking questions? So they implemented laws to whip you if you learn to read, unalive you if you learn to read, and don't you ever dare ask any questions, because that means you are going against the grain. And they never wanted anybody to have any pushback. They didn't want any dissent. And if ever you showed that you were dissenting, that would be grounds for you to be unalive. So you are right. We would have to go into a hiding if it was back in the day. You're right about that. What were you saying now? Let's talk.
Oh, I was just saying, the Bible, I think, when they came up with that book, as I called it, I think it's one of that first step of slavery, because if you notice, like when the slave master and like the people in the field, they'll be singing, just things from what they're taught from their owners. So they're there waiting on this God to come and save them, which came.
Never happened. Has never happened.
Yes. So it's kind of one of the first thing, when me at growing up, it was the same thing. It's like, okay, God is gonna do this and God is gonna do that, and when good things happen, they'll say, yeah, it's because of God. Bad thing happened, they said it's because of Satan. I'm like, what's going on? Like,
yeah, because that's how it is. Because from the beginning of time, mankind have been infected with the figment of somebody else's imagination. Somebody else come up with something, and then they infect the rest of the people with it, and then everybody takes it and run with it, and now they have infected generations after generations after generations. And now we are wise enough to start saying, hold up now, wait a minute now, this don't make any sense. And we are bold enough to be asking, right? It doesn't add up. We are asking the questions, and by so doing, we are getting more people to become vocal about asking these questions for answers that we may never find, but it's also worthy that we are asking them, and we are no longer in this cocoon of fear where we're afraid to break out. We are no longer there. Somebody said, we pay water bill, slavery. Say what? Well, everyone must read the unaltered version of the Bible. What is it? If she floats, she's a witch. If she doesn't, she's dead. Which one was that visionary? This is one.
Someone said, if the Bible was a good book, do you really think poor people could
get it? You're right. They would make it so that we wouldn't even be afford to. We wouldn't even be able to afford it.
You couldn't afford it.
Yes, they would make it that we wouldn't be able to afford it, because you see, all of this. No, I guess you were not here when we first started. When we first started the live this morning, and what brought us to this place? What brought us to this place was a conversation Moses had with God, according to the Bible, that Moses had with God upon Mount Sinai, where he said he go up on Mount Sinai to go see God. He went up there, he spoke to God on his own. God told him to go down and to tell the people who were there that none of them should as much as touch the mountain or try to see who is on the mountain. If they did that, they were to be stoned or they were supposed to be shot through. That would mean with a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Okay? Moses told the people that. Right. Then Moses went back up on the mountain to talk to God, because God had said 3 days he was going to come back to talk to him and the people. God come back in this smoke and fire, and Moses went up to talk to him again. And God said to Moses, go down there and get the priests and bring them up to talk to me. Moses said to God, but you said none of the people were supposed to touch the mountain or come up on the mountain, or else they should be unalived. And God said, okay, all right, then me change my mind. Go down there and only bring up Aaron.
Yeah. God probably said, me name.
And then so me say. Just like that. Yeah, just like that.
That's how it come up. Like God said, my name.
God say.
Yeah.
God say,
God said, my name never say me tell you that.
Exactly.
God say me never remember.
Me never remember.
I know things are going to God.
Yeah, man. God has said, my name never say me tell
Me
you.
don't remember say that, me tell you.
Yeah, impressed. And that me, I say, you say no. When I say you say that, I just say. God has said, me never remember say me tell you.
Exactly. God said, me never remember say that, me say.
That's how he matter.
Moses say, you said
But you,
none of the people should
don't
touch the
really
mountain. So how you tell me now if you go down there go bring the priest them come? God said, well, wait a minute. No, oh shit, me forget that me did say. Just go down there and only bring up Aaron. Just bring up.
Yeah.
And you tell me that after having read this, I should believe that everything in this Bible is unadulterated truth. No, it's not. It's not.
not only that. If you go back to the story of the Israelites in Egypt, now think about this. You think about 2 million slaves leaving an economy like Egypt.
Morning,
Morning, Paul, what's up?
Morning, brother. Bless.
I was spoken for that in that.
What I just said?
Yeah,
Exodus.
That was what we read in Exodus 19 this morning.
Exodus 19, alright, but I repeat that because when time I go up on the live and I remember that, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know
So as I was saying, now, so they had to leave Egypt. First of all, remember now, to show you that the God that they describe in the Bible is actually a man. Is actually a man that they're describing, because it's only the mind of a man can function like this.
Exactly.
God told Moses, you know, that he should go get his children from Pharaoh, and he said, I am going to
harden Pharaoh's heart.
I am going to harden his heart, and he's not going to let the children go. And he said, the reason I'm going to harden his heart is because I want to show him how powerful I am. Now, does that sound like a God or a man?
Okay.
He's a man. Me show them say. Me know say we let them go, but me go hard there because I want to show them a thing, you know, because one of them see say, boy, who them a ramp up with, you know? And that kind of mind, that's the kind of mindset that he's gonna show them. And look at it now. Look what happened as a result of it. You know, the firstborn died. The river.
Him turned the river into blood. Him sent all these frogs.
Yet still there was never any ecological effect on any land surrounding Egypt, and Egypt itself. We don't know about that. Egypt is a place that kept meticulous record. There is no record of the Exodus of the Egyptians, of the Israelites. The journey from Egypt to where they're supposed to go was just a few days walk.
And he said never want them to pass by the Philistines.
I want you to go. Yes,
You
I
can't-
want you to go through the Red Sea.
Yes, you never
Right,
want
so
them
they
go by
go
the
to the Red
Philistine.
Sea.
Peradventure, the
And listen,
Philistines
and
think
hear
it's
this now.
war.
And this is what you read. A lot of people read over this and didn't recognize it. It says that the Pharaoh and all the people, all his army, drowned in the Red Sea. Now, the Pharaoh that was on the throne at the time lived until he was old age and died from natural causes. That is the Pharaoh that was in charge when they were leaving. But nobody stopped to check it because the objective of the Bible is not for you to think. It's for you to accept.
For you to accept.
Nobody criticized it. And when they said that the Israelites built the storehouse of what was the name of the Pharaoh? What again? What I don't remember his name right now, but the Bible said that they built the storehouses for that person. That person did not live at that time. I think there was about 200 years difference between when that person lived and when the Egyptians and when the Israelites would have been in Egypt. But most importantly, there was no such man as Moses. The story is a story that was copied from the Babylonians and the same story where a child was born and put in the water, raised by a royal family. It can be found in Mesopotamian culture. Everything is adopted. All of what you see in the Old Testament are adopted practices from everybody else. The Ten Commandments never happened the way it did. It's from the Egyptian.
The Egyptians had a version of their Ten Commandments. That's where Moses got it from.
Even the Sabbath day commandment is in it. All of that.
All of that. Mm-hmm.
It's a construction. These people never exist. Moses never exists. And if he exists, he didn't write the Bible.
Didn't write anything.
He could not have written about his death. And he could not have written about the period of Israel that they had king, because the person who was writing the Old Testament, those books are people who were living in Israel when they had kings. Moses was not alive during that time. He didn't write squat. And there are about 3 different people, 3 different scribes who wrote the book of Genesis. And you can see that there are 2 separate creation stories there if you are looking quite closely. It makes no sense. They were using knowledge that they had. The serpent and all those things were from Mesopotamian culture. If you read the
there were 623 precepts, right?
Okay, if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, you will see the story of the snake.
In there as well.
The snake played a major role in those cultures that are stories and mythologies. We talk about the serpent speaking and all of that. Why would God allow the serpent that speaks to go in a garden that he created to be perfect? Why invite the possibility of evil corrupting it? When you yourself as God come down and walk there when the day is cool and nice according to the Bible, why would you be coming into a garden that you have allowed evil to infiltrate? Like, I don't understand that. But as I said, it's an adopted story, and every time those people went into captivity, they would come back and rewrite
something else.
They would rewrite some of the mythologies that they adopt from other places. Like, you see that. Like, the word hell is not in the Old Testament until the Israelites start to get into captivity. That time the doctrine of the afterlife and the devil start to creep in, because they were in Persia, and it was there that the doctrine was developed by a guy called oh my God, the name is slipping me right now. Sorry guys, I don't know what the name of the person, but the whole concept of the afterlife was from the Persian culture. That's where and it became, and it started to creep into that. And notice when the New Testament comes around, hell becomes a big thing. All hell broke loose in New Testament. You know, all hell broke loose because it's a part of keeping the people in fear.
In control, exactly.
There's nothing else. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. A loving God created a hell. A loving God knew all of this from the very moment that this God conceived of the world. He knew that we would have been having this discussion. So that God could not say that he created a world and it got bad. It was
because he would have known
ingredients to go bad.
Exactly. And somebody says, see,
all the ingredients to go bad was there because you can't listen. The story cannot exist with just a God. It has to have a devil, and therefore the devil is necessary. If good is going to be present, then you have to have evil, because unless you have evil, you will not be able to recognize what good is. So it becomes necessary to create a devil, because we need somebody to blame.
To blame.
And we need somebody to tap.
Yes.
Well, I guess them have to do that because yesterday that person
Have to
can
blame
put
somebody.
out Adam and Eve, but not the serpent. So I guess I guess the serpent him belong to.
Who's sing about that noise?
But the story,
I think that a new person was trying. Yeah,
the Christians have interpreted Genesis 3 with the snake to be the first promise of Jesus. But if you read the words, you will see that whoever the writer is, they're talking about literally the serpent shall go on his belly and it shall eat dust.
Mm-hmm.
And the man will, and the seed of the man will bruise his head. Yes, in ancient cultures, the way that snakes were killed is to crush their heads. The writer is just borrowing from what already exists around the belief. And the Genesis 3 story is designed to tell what the question that the writer was answering is, why are things the way they are? And they say, in the beginning, God created. And when he got into chapter 3, he started to tell you why a woman has children and feel pain, why a man have to work and earn his bread, why the snake grows on its belly. There was nowhere there that the word devil was used, the word Satan was used. It's a concept from Christianity. They went back and they looked at it, and that is how they created the original sin theology. It doesn't make any sense. The story, anybody who is familiar with those stories from way back in Mesopotamia culture and all of that, that's how they were written. Snake played a major role. If you're ready, go internet and Google the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you can read it. Read that story, and if you were reading that story and nobody told you anything, you would think about the snake in the Garden of Eden. Mm-hmm. The chapter 3 is just setting out to tell you why things are the way they are, why women go through that, and why is the woman subject to the man. Those are the questions it is trying to answer. But it is taken up as this is promising Jesus would crush the head of the serpent and this and that. Like, come now. But even when you hop over to the New Testament, Jesus is in the wilderness for 40 days, being tempted by the devil. Yet still, we are able to have a story in front of us that Jesus did not write, and nobody else was there with him. But
they want to tell us, they give us a perfect story. Yeah, nobody else was there.
And the devil, listen now, the devil who knows who Jesus is, if we were to believe what we are taught, is going to God, who is Jesus, and promising God to give him the world if he bow down to him. Do you see how stupid that is?
Okay, so my thing is, so Jesus was born where? In Bethlehem?
That's what they said.
Okay. And Bethlehem is where? In Africa?
Well, in Palestine, that's originally that's where that place would have been, yes.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know if anyone do any research on how old America is, or I'm from Jamaica. That's where I came from. I'm in America now, but so no one do any research of any of these other islands or countries and how old they are. Because the reason why I'm saying this is, so he was born there, and that's where everything all happened. There was no,
because that was, yes, because if Jesus, just think about it this way, if Jesus was coming, if there's a Jesus and if the Bible is true and he was coming now, which country do you think he would come in?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Yeah man, you know man, you're coming in the United States because that's the center of the world.
Okay.
So being born in Israel, right around the center of the world where the Roman Empire was. Makes sense.
Okay, but so there was no one else on the other country though? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah man.
Okay, so if there's other people on the other countries, and he only go to Africa and do what he did there and he died there, that means he was just trying to protect those people over there and fuck the other people and the other.
Well, no. This story, no, according to the story, he had his disciples and his followers, and their job was to take that message to the rest of the world, since he could not physically have done it.
Okay.
That's why they have what they call the Great Commission. I think it is Matthew 28. I'm not sure.
Yeah, me not feel like they make it to the next country then.
Well, and so that's why you see
I just a book reach with.
Well, that's the whole point, right? That so it reach you, and the book that reach you now. Remember now, look at the book that is reaching you. The book is reaching, and it is telling you that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were apostle. Well, Luke was not a disciple, but they say Matthew was a disciple, and at least Matthew. But those people we have no proof that they wrote what they wrote, right? Their names are attached to some documents, and just think about this happening, and you're writing about this like 50 years later, right? Yeah. And not only that, the first gospels to be written is not even written by those who supposedly knew Jesus and were aware of Jesus. It was written by a man who never met Jesus, but was struck down on the road to Damascus, a man named Paul. He's the first person to start to write about Jesus. It was after that the Gospels appear, trying to basically Paul. Anybody who study Paul writing and study what Jesus said will see that Paul, in many ways, take the opposite position of what Jesus said. But he said he got it straight from Jesus, because he had a vision of God, and nobody dared to question that. And he basically bullied the rest. If you look at the stories, he basically bullied the guys who would have known Jesus, like Jesus' brother James.
Somebody said
because what Paul did was to create a Christianity that was palatable to the Romans. Because the Christianity that Jesus was teaching was not friendly to the Romans. Jesus was not teaching forgiveness of sin by believing in Jesus. And that you'll be saved outside of the law. He didn't teach that, because he said that unless heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or one tittle of the law shall pass away. But I'm here to fulfill. Fulfill doesn't mean you abolish. Christians love to say, but he said he come to fulfill. Yes, he come to fulfill, to show you how to do it. But he didn't abolish it, because abolish is not the same as fulfill. So Paul came on the scene and says, absolutely not. There's no, we can't follow the laws of Moses anymore, blah, blah, blah. So, and he wrote what he wrote, and then the Gospels came after that. But as we speak, there is not even one original manuscript of the New Testament. Not even one, as we speak. And there was not even an original one when the first copy of the Bible was written. So, but people don't know that. A lot of people don't know, and if you try to say it, they would consider it too much to give up what they believe in to go down that rabbit hole.
Yes. How many commandments? Somebody say how many commandments Moses originally given? Don't the Bible say he was given?
Christians have tried.
We're gonna read that.
About
623 laws, yes, laws and precepts. There was, I think it was 623.
Yes, so that was recorded. But what Christians have done to create their theology, because there's always a story and a narrative, because we have a goal to accomplish. What they have done is to separate the laws into moral law, health law, civil law, and is there one more somewhere there? Civil law. Ceremonial, civil, health, and moral. And what they say is that Jesus came to abolish the other laws except the moral laws. But it is not true, because there are moral laws in the Torah. Because when Jesus used the word law, he's not referring to the Ten Commandments. He's referring to the entire book of the Torah that comprises the laws.
Mm-hmm.
You have the laws and you have the
don'ts.
prophets. When Jesus said law, he's talking about the entire book. He's not separating moral from ceremonial or health or civil. No, he's talking about the Torah, the entire Old Testament laws.
Yeah, but this is what
there's no separation.
Yeah, what me feel like going, Moses go up there for collect the laws them, he did too heavy and some of them drop and broke, so he just power down and said 10. So I feel like about what?
Yeah, but that presupposes that Moses ever existed.
Exactly.
You notice that, listen, you notice that Moses wrote about his own death. He said that the man Moses died and God took him up to which hill because nobody knows where he's buried. There's a reason why the story is like that. Because if that story existed and it was true, the Israelites wouldn't even bury Moses. They would like carry bone everywhere and go. The grave would be such a place of honor.
Exactly.
They would not leave Moses behind.
They would not leave Moses behind.
They would not leave Moses. So the story, it's a story, my friend. It's all mythology. Story. Moses writing about things that preceded him. He's writing about the flood. He's writing about creation. You know, and day one, he said that God made light. And this and that and this and the second.
Somebody
This was the
says,
second day and the first day.
was there a Jesus?
How could you say the first day and the second day, but you have not created the sun or the moon or anything else until about the third or fourth day? It doesn't make any sense. How can you separate light from darkness, but you have not created any source of light? And how can you call it a day if the sun did not go down and come back up?
Great question.
It doesn't make any sense, but because we presuppose that it is the word of God, we say that, well, it might not be literal and probably it is figurative, but and this and that. But how do you know when it is literal and when it is not? And
Right.
why is the book of why is the most important book in the world the hardest book to understand?
Why are so many details left out of it?
Yes. Why would God put his message in a format
that would cause some people not to be able to understand? Right.
Exactly. Yet still, all of us on this platform, we could take up a book that is written by a human being about a particular subject. And we all come to the same conclusion.
Agreement. Exactly.
All arrive at the same
Maximilian, what's up?
The book has an objective. It is written properly. It is clear and it is understandable. The Bible is not such a book. It's not such a book, and it was never written to carry out that function. It is written for control. It is written for keeping society in order.
Right.
And that's why it was adopted by the Roman at the time when Constantine adopted Christianity as the state religion of Rome. They were having a lot of schisms and a lot of infighting. And being the consummate politician that he was, he realized that if he were to bring the Christians and the pagans together and create a religion for the society, given what Christians were teaching, he saw that he could control the people.
Yes.
You would not have to be watching over them the way that
he was. Right.
There was an amalgamation of Christianity and paganism, where now Christians would celebrate December 25th, because that was the day of the sun, S-U-N, how it travels, okay, that time of the year. That's how the sun comes in 25th, that particular day, and Christians start to worship on Easter, because again it is tied into astrology, and that's what the pagans were doing.
God realized
they start
he
to
needed
have
control.
they start to have wedding bands and have celebrations that they never used to have, and that's why Christianity became so powerful, because now it was being fueled by the resources of Rome, and anywhere they went and people were not Christians, they would kill them and convert them. If they don't convert, they would enslave them or they would kill them. That's how Christianity became strong and become the dominant religion, especially here in the Western world.
Right.
But the average man does not understand. If I have to go through so much to deconstruct, are you telling me that God who knows everything, God knows exactly what he could do right now as we speak? He knows what he could do right now to point us to something tangible to say, I am here.
I am here.
And what you're hearing is true or not true. But he will never do that. And when you ask Christians why God don't communicate like that, they say, well, you have to have faith. You have to be a such ill. Only certain people God talk to,
Only certain
people God talk to. Because you can you imagine you have your children. You have your children and you have a message for your son. But your daughter you talk to all the while.
All the time. You never tell your
you go tell
son.
your son, and
Mhm.
you know, say your daughter will change the story when he go.
Change the story however she
But
see fit.
yes, but yes, because yes, so that is what happened, and I think it's and that is why the person who set this up is a master. First of all, he said
Trina?
you are born in sin and shaping
Shaping
iniquity, you need to be
iniquity.
saved.
So you need to be saved.
And then he said, listen, since I know you're gonna be asking for evidence and all those things, listen, you can only do this by faith.
By faith.
Faith is the methodology
Yes, don't fall.
by which you can grasp this.
Yes.
Without faith, it is impossible to please God.
I mean,
So
you
listen
need
now,
to
here's
speak
this.
in
Here's the
tongues to
question.
understand what the Bible is saying. Trina?
Here is the question of the day. Is faith a reliable method for truth? And while you ponder that, if it is true that faith is the most effective way of coming to truth, then you have to ask yourself as a Christian, on what basis do I tell a Muslim who believes that Allah is God by faith that he's wrong?
Can't tell nobody else that they are wrong.
Because it is by faith.
Right. And this faith
That's
that
why
is
they
by
run away
so
from
intangible,
evidence.
there's no way for anybody to prove that what they believe is right. So they can't condemn anybody that what they or somebody else believe is wrong.
Exactly.
High quality.
Exactly.
Well, faith can move mountains. How many mountains you move already? You can't hardly pick up one rock stone.
I'm not gonna. If faith work for you, then let it work. But you know, I believe that we should have confidence in things that work.
10K, what's
And
up?
I want to use the word and I'm using the word confidence because it is important to separate what confidence is and what faith is. Because sometimes a believer will say to you that, but you have faith. You had faith that you could sit on that chair and it hold you up. Well, no, I didn't have faith in the chair. I had confidence based on the fact that I sat on it yesterday and it held me up.
So
and I know that chairs are made for sitting. And most times, chairs can actually bear me up. So that's not faith. That's confidence. Same thing when I fly. I believe that the pilot is going to take me safely. Why? Well, I've flown many times. I have confidence in it. And I know other people who fly and they are fine. That's confidence. That's not faith. So those who think that they need faith, if it is working for you, you should continue to use it.
Yeah.
You should, if it works. Because if it doesn't work and you use it, then, could I just say this?
Sure.
This week, I read a study that was done on prayer, as we're talking about this, intercessory prayer. And here is what it was. I hope we have a lot of Christians here listening, because I think this is important information. The first name of the guy who did this study, his name is Herbert. He was a cardiologist. I can't remember his last name right now, but I could drop it in the thing here after.
No worry yourself.
But I read it was done over a period of 10 years. Millions of dollars were pumped into it. So what they did was they got 3 groups of people who were in hospital, for example, with cardiovascular related illnesses. And they separate them in 3 groups. They tell one group that we're gonna be praying for you for your surgery. Okay. The other group, they said, we might pray for you or not for your surgery. And the next group, they didn't tell them anything. Right. The study was done over a period of 10 years. And when the result came in, they realized that the results across the board, the results across the board for all 3 groups was basically the same. There was no difference between those who were prayed for and knew they were going to be prayed for, and those who were prayed for, those who were told that they're going to be prayed for or not, and the other group. There was no difference. But they noticed a difference in the group that knew that they were going to be prayed for. And what they realized is that they had more complications. Now, the prayer had strict criteria. one of the things is that they're praying for speedy recovery with no complications and something else. The group that was prayed for and was told that they were prayed for had more complications than the group that was not told they were going to be prayed for and the group that was told that they might be prayed for. So it shows that intercessory prayer does not make any difference. And anybody can go online and Google this study. I'm gonna try to find it from while we talk here, I'll look for it. So there's really no difference.
Could you ask him for me? Explain what's good luck and what is karma. Someone says, what is good luck and what is karma? Talk to me, Patrick. Do you think there's any such thing as good luck? I don't believe there's anything as good luck. Yeah, sometimes things just happen in your favor. But remember, when something happens in your favor, it doesn't happen in favor for many other people. So would you therefore
good
say
luck and karma is good luck and karma, I think, is for the way I look at it, it's kind of the same thing, because I think karma, they said you do something bad to someone and then karma catch up with you, and you do something good, then karma catch up with you and good thing happen in your life.
But there are no absolutes. So you find bad things, and it seems like bad things never happen to them. And there are people who do good things, and it seems like bad things always happen to them. So there are no absolute where that is concerned.
Yeah, no, there. That's why I said.
Right, for me, that is just that is another ideology that somebody just come up with. Some to placate themselves or to placate others.
Yeah, but good luck. I think good luck, bad luck is a subjective. It's
It's something. Yes, it's something subjective. It's not something you can definitely measure.
I personally believe that you create. If there's luck, it's something that you create yourself.
Exactly.
That's how I see it. If you, for example, if you are a person who wake up every day with a gloomy look on the world, I think that
that's going to be the outcome for you.
That will validate it.
Exactly.
And if you wake up every day with a hopeful mind and a grateful heart, with an enthusiasm to fight the world and to take on the challenges that life brings to you, you are more likely to have positive experiences.
I agree.
So if you walk down the road and you find like $1,000 and you just walk the road and find that, so that is something where you set in motion because you decide for walk down the street at that time.
And just because somebody lost it, somebody was being careless and lost it, and you were there and you found it. There's no way for you to measure what powers that be that caused you to find that money, except that somebody else lost it.
I'm just saying. For me,
yeah,
that would have
simple as that.
What? I'm lucky your father this morning, see that?
It's as simple as that. Somebody lost it, you found it.
And that's what. But look at it. Look at the other side of it. There are sometimes when the very thing that one person would describe as good luck is actually a bad luck. Because and sometimes you might have for example, you're leaving your house and you get outside, got in your car, you start to drive, and when you reach about 3-4 minutes in your drive, you realize that you left your wallet with your driver's license. And you went back home to get it. And you get upset and say, why, I'm late to work, I don't know what go on, maybe the day start off so bad. But probably if you had continued on your journey and you didn't leave your wallet, probably there was an accident up the road that could have happened.
Yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
Yes, so
I got through that even yesterday.
Yeah, so what we call bad luck sometimes is just our reaction to life and they reflect our attitude at that particular time. But probably there's no such thing as good or bad luck. It's just a matter of perspective.
Yeah, I agree with you. You have a podcast?
Somebody says, luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
No, you should do.
Yeah?
Yeah, man, you definitely should. A lot of people don't want to listen to you.
Okay, downfall says someone else's loss is your gain. Exactly. Somebody lost the money, you found the money. That's just what that is because you didn't make preparations to find that money. And I don't think the
And
other
them never
person made
make preparation
preparations
for last the money
to
either.
have lost
So
the money anyway.
yeah. Yeah.
Coincidence.
Some things happen. Something just happen, right?
Yeah, she lost it and you
Yeah.
found it. Exactly.
Yeah. I am trying to find the name of the guy who did this.
All right, let us moving right.
Here is I found
along.
the study. I found the study I was telling you guys about. If you want to look into it, it's the study of the therapeutic effects of intercessory prayer. They call it STEP, S-T-E-P, and the guy who did the research is Herbert Benson, H-E-R-B-E-R-T, Herbert Benson, B-E-N-S-O-N. You can look at it. If you just read the first part of it, you get there's not a lot. You don't have to go to the entire study, but there's a nice summary of it there. It tells you what they did over what time and the result that they got. And this is one of the reasons, my friends, why religious people do not like the scientific approach to life, because science
Prove them wrong every time.
will not conclude anything unless it has been demonstrated
And
proven repeatedly.
And repeated and peer reviewed.
Yes.
Other scientists do the same experiment and come to the same conclusion. And therefore put a stamp on it. In religion, it doesn't work like that. Religion doesn't go to a method. They tell you what it is, you believe it or you don't.
Exactly.
You're in religion, you're a sheep.
Just
but
follow
when you are
along.
in science, you're treated as an intelligent animal.
Just like that. What instead of return? Oh, okay, Frank, I got you with that. Somebody says science is theory most times. Proven.
People always say that, and here is what I say to
science
them.
has to be proven.
Every human
has
being
to be proven.
Has to be proven.
Everybody who is human, every human being should two things that they should learn. Just understand the basic concept of science, right? Science is about discovering,
yes,
and testing and coming to conclusion. And the other thing that we should know a little bit about, the basics, evolution. You don't have to understand everything, but just understand how it works. You don't have to be able to you don't have to become an expert at it. Because if you don't, when somebody throws things at you like, I don't believe in evolution because that is like, if you were to ask them a basic question of what evolution is, they would not be able to explain to you. And they would tell you that they think that evolution is the same thing as the Big Bang. When the two things are different, so just the basic of it. I think that people should have a basic understanding of it. Nothing, even just go on the internet and listen to somebody who can show you the basic of it. And it will put you in a position where you are more open-minded to understanding certain things. Because science is not about theories. It's not true. It's not just simple about theory. Theory is a part of it, but theory is just something that is used to arrive at a particular point. And if Jesus was here today, he wouldn't be riding on a horse or
on a donkey.
He would be
driving a Bugatti or something.
He would have been one of the most expensive Hummer or any kind of electric engine thing right now.
Expensive vehicle.
Yeah, man.
That's what we got this morning, people.
That's an evolution, anyways.
What you say is an evolution.
I said that word that is people evolve and them just start do different things.
Yeah,
different times. Societies change. Different.
Yeah.
Yes, different things in theory.
Yeah. So that I think I guess even so, for instance, that Jesus thing there, what them writing in the book and the dark forward and them kind of thing that with people, man, I feel like that the plan was to make them walk in a sandals and just go around and I live that way there.
It
with
was
back
just
to
of the
touch and them
times.
thing that they have. Yeah.
It was just what was going on at that time.
At that time, yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
how
so
their
people have grown
society.
from all of that. And we still, like, there's a lot of things we got even
That's how
happen
their
after.
society was structured at the time.
Yeah.
So that's how they
It still
live.
is, though, in a certain sense. Because them still, even the devices and all of them, something where we have, like, certain people right now, if them forgot them phone or them house, them want to go crazy.
Right,
Because
back
them
then
forgot
there
them
wasn't
phone.
any phone,
So,
so they lived
yeah,
based
there
on
wasn't any, but
what
just
existed
said,
then.
like, it was a simpler time. And to me personally though, even though it's not like someone like what going on with all of the TVs and the something them, but I feel like it did better.
You think
when things was much simpler.
It was better like back then when things were simpler?
Yeah, because all right, the reason why you have to live in
that was the fashion of their era, exactly, Andrea.
Yes, you have to live in a both of them well, you know, say when I did adjust this, adjust that, and whenever I did I feel worry about, okay, so we have to pay the light bill and we have to pay, you know, water rate and certain kind of things where you used to just get. You understand? Because I'm from Kingston. Anyway, so water rate was a thing and light was a thing. It wasn't much. Then when we're going to the hills, it did better. Me love it more because them have the river and that kind of something that them not deal with no light, nothing. So them have them, I don't remember what the lamp they call at the time. And I just that and them plant all of them food. Everything was organic. And I like them here with everything, them I process food and one bag of something where it mess with your health.
Well, that's the price. That's the price we pay.
But it was a better time. Me feel like.
Well, maybe it was, but even at that time, people got sick and died at that time too.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what me realize.
So being sick and dead is not exclusive to our time.
Yeah, but this is the thing when me did realize when we're going at the hills. All of the people them up there, so them live to be in them 90s, close to 100. And me not see no doctor, nothing with them a god doctor, and them just live off of them land.
Live off of the land, live off of the herbs.
Yes, so it did different way. Everybody have their own experience.
You think I did natural? I don't think I did, because that time and this time is two different times.
I know. Me just
no, I'm saying the person named Natural said that I missed your point. But I'm saying, did I miss your point? I don't think I did. I did.
But just I say like
real mean, drum
like,
back.
I feel like back in the days, it better for me.
It is typical. It is typical of the human mind to think of the good old days.
Yes, and that said the old days for me they better.
But when you were in that good old days, not you particularly, I'm just talking about us.
Yeah.
When we were in the good old days, we did not know it was the good old days.
No.
Because
not at that time, no.
Exactly, and that happened to and let me tell you that's the story of the human life. Okay? All the best things are always behind us. You know why? Because we never live in the moment.
Yes.
Never.
Yes.
We never live in the moment. We're always worried about tomorrow and have regrets about yesterday.
Yes, I like how you break down things, so you explain it to the express.
We don't appreciate the moment. We always try to get to the next place. We don't slow things down.
Yeah.
So that is why we have more things now than we had then. And we have allowed it, because we have more things now, we have allowed it to crowd our minds. Because back then, probably, based on the way we were raised, material things was not something that you were chasing. You just wanted the necessity to move on.
Yes.
But now but there's a different consciousness now among human beings where achievement and success is associated with material plenty.
Yes.
So virtue the virtue of caring for the neighbor is not there anymore. When I was growing up in rural Jamaica, in St. Elizabeth, if I walk out on the street and I did something and any adult male or female catches me and they want to give me a good spanking and send me back home, and if I go home and tell them that so and so give me a spanking, they ask me, so what did you do? And if I tell them that I did something wrong, probably I get another one. Those days, adults were more trusting that the neighbor would look out for the interests of their children. Because we had very little material things to be distracted with. So the human capital was valuable. When things start to come into our communities, I remember the first time we get electricity. Well, prior to electricity, we live in a close proximity to other relatives. So there was one home that we used to go and sit in, that big kitchen that was made outside with thatch roof. We used to sit in that kitchen and listen to stories from our elders. And they would tell us how they grew up and how when they were in colonial Jamaica, how things were and all of that. And I used to love those stories. I was grounded by those stories. And I experienced a sociological change as I got into my teens and we got electricity. People start to stay in their own homes and watch their Bold and Beautiful and whatever they
stories,
were. And people start to race now to see who can get the first TV
and the first
fridge,
car,
this and that, and people become isolated now. Nobody now go to nobody's house anymore. They stay in their own house and have their TV and enjoy their newfound material things. And people become less and less important to people. Right? You have moved from a society now that used to, when the neighbor dig up yam, they share it to everybody. When they kill a pig, everybody get peace. When somebody go anywhere and get some fish, they share it. Whatever it was.
And that's the story.
To a society now that they start to hold on to what they have rather than sharing what
rather than sharing.
All that virtue of sharing went away. So it is people who have changed while things have gotten better. Things have gotten better. People have gotten worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
That sounds like the best sum up for it. Because nowadays we don't even know our neighbors. Me tell us I live here so many years. Me don't know the people who live beside me. I don't know my neighbor. And I said, you know, if I was like back in Jamaica in a simpler time, we knew everybody in the neighborhood. You know, you could always call to your neighbor if you are in any difficulty or of any sort. Now we are on a different plane. If I have a problem over here, I'll call the police and wait for the police to come before my neighbor would ever know that I had a problem. My neighbor would probably see it on the news or maybe see the ambulance show up and then become curious. But they wouldn't know what is happening. We don't know each other. We have grown so far away from caring for each other. We no longer care for each other. It's an individualistic society where just diamond for thyself and somebody else for all of us.
Yeah,
somebody's asking
changed over the years. So
somebody's asking me what to believe in.
Yeah.
You should try to believe in things that are working and things that are grounded in reality.
People have gotten
You shouldn't believe in things that are. You should believe in things that allow you to lose responsibility for yourself, your mind, your action, and all those things.
Exactly.
You shouldn't believe. You shouldn't believe in anything that you have to depend on.
I don't know people. I don't know the people.
To exercise your own intellect and come into your own conclusions.
Believe in yourself.
So when you ask me what I should believe in, if you know, you don't need to believe. So what you should seek to do is try to know before you believe. Because belief doesn't require evidence. It doesn't want facts. You can believe that Santa Claus exists. You can believe that the Easter Bunny exists. You can believe all that. Or you can make a story in your head. There are people who believe that there are celebrities out there who are in love with them. And they have never met them. They don't even know that they exist. So you can believe in a lot of things. So the question shouldn't be what you should believe in. The question is, what are the things that you should know?
Yeah, because it's kind of like asking somebody, for me personally, like if somebody asks me if me a man and me say I believe so. Believe Man know say me a man. Well, yes, I don't believe that. No.
Believe. Yeah.
And that's how it work. Yeah.
Or you believe.
And when if you say you believe, that means that but if you believe, you're not sure.
Exactly. Because that's what it means. Because when nobody's gonna say to you, you believe you have a mother? You know you have a mother.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
belief is a starting point. You can believe that something is credible enough to explore.
Yeah.
To explore,
Yeah.
but belief can be the end product before you even know.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's kind of like you do a job and you have some beliefs that this can't work. You know, you're not sure, say it can't work, but you have some beliefs that this can't work, so make we try this.
Yeah, try to know. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Try to know. Because belief, there's a belief.
Yeah.
Believe, kill, and believe, cure. If you want to believe
And
something,
cure,
believe in yourself. Believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Believe.
Yeah.
If you believe in yourself, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And when I say
Yeah.
believe in yourself, believe that you exist, and that by virtue of that existence, you are valuable.
Yes.
And then take it from there. And don't make yourself. You know, one of the things I find that I react to is when people try to treat me like I'm stupid about something. Like, you should not let anybody diminish you.
You're dumb as stuff.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody diminish you. So when you're believing in somebody, be careful how you believe in people and why you believe in them.
Exactly.
Because, as I said, your belief can destroy you.
Behavior.
It can destroy you, and it can also make you. So don't treat your belief as if it is a precious gem.
Right.
That nothing is deserving of it until it has proven itself to be credible.
To be credible. A belief is just that. Until it becomes irrefutable truth, it has no legs to stand on. What is natural saying if AI is your God? What? Where is that coming from, natural? Well, I didn't see what kind of natural we're talking about. Why ask if AI is your God? So I'm not going to speak on it because it's pointless to compare behaviors of yesterday to today. Of course, it's not pointless to compare behaviors of yesterday to today. There is something to compare because there are significant changes that have occurred over time. Our grandparents didn't know anything about internet and all that good stuff. Now we can compare their time to our time. Back in the day, my grandmother would have taken days to get from point A to point B because she had to walk. Now we take mere minutes to do the same journey because we can drive or we can fly. So there is something to compare. Who can answer responding to someone here? I don't know what.
Yeah, because him can answer my question. I don't know who him at all.
I don't know either. You can't answer my question. Cod, what was your question, Cod? I never see Cod question. What did Cod say? Alright, make Cod come up. Cod will tell us what she's saying. Sis. Hello.
Good morning.
Sis, what's up?
Good morning.
Happy Sunday. It's Sunday, right?
Same to you.
What's
Morning,
up with
everyone.
you, lovely?
Morning.
The universe has
No,
created.
nothing. No. I was sitting back listening and, looking in the comments and stuff. And this young man here, Natural, said, call AI garbage. So I said to him, do you call everything garbage that you can't explain or understand? So then his question to me was, is AI my God?
Oh, so that's where that came from.
Oh, so okay, I thought you were talking about.
I was wondering where did that come from.
No.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, that explains it.
That explains it. We're not working with.
You just say
natural.
that stuff is garbage. This is garbage. That is garbage. Like, where do you get that from? Is it because you don't understand
Oftentimes people
what it
bash
is,
things they don't understand. So that is
or
all
you can't
right.
explain what it is, so you just call it
And
garbage?
he probably I'm just gonna
How
go
is
out on a
AI gonna be
limb
my
here.
God? The AI can never be my God. So I don't know what he's talking about, but that was
I'm
it.
going to go out on a
It's
limb
fiction.
here
Lucia,
and say he's
Yo,
probably
you,
he's
where you at? I know I'm going off topic. You in Canada, right?
yeah.
What's the weather like over there?
Why you trying to traumatize me?
ah,
I just
Here we
say
are.
it's
Here we are. Here we are.
really,
Here we
really
are.
cold over here. Someone
Here
be
we
there in America. Someone know how cold it is where you there.
Here we are as brothers and sisters having a warm discussion, and you want to stress me out with this one.
stress you out more. If I try to stress you out,
Let me
Lammy.
put it.
Jaja.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. We've been having temperatures here. This is the coldest winter we've had in 37 years.
Really?
Yeah. Same,
man. I mean,
same.
this is I have
in America.
it is the coldest. It's the coldest winter I have had here, and I'm telling you, like I feel it to my bones.
Jesus.
Like it's not.
Yeah.
So don't traumatize me. I'm having fun right now.
All right, you left it. That's my story. You left it.
Leave it right there. Leave it right there. This winter seems to have taken the cake for real. Cause I had snow last week. I'm still have ice. Me get a little bit of snow there last night. A little bit of snow. Look bit of snow outside. And I can feel the warmth inside, and I can still feel the cold penetrating through the glass. I can still feel the cold coming in.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, real crazy right now.
I can't handle the cold.
That's why we have to appreciate the fact that, you know,
Patricia,
we're born in the sun. We're born in the sun.
Yeah.
You know?
You're welcome, Patricia.
For real.
We are kind of winding down, Patricia. We are winding down. So you see, this morning we only got a chance to read one chapter. You see, and one chapter has led us through this whole conversation. Just one chapter. So, Andrea, you were a little bit late, darling. Yeah, we're reading Exodus 19. That's where we ended today. That's all we could afford to read today because the conversation was so magnetizing. Is that a word though?
Yeah. It's a word. Definitely.
It's a word.
Exactly. So we were so taken in with the conversation, and we had so many people contributing to the chat that, you know, I had to give everybody a chance to let us know what their thoughts were. Somebody says, long as I know all and I purpose on this world, I purpose in this world, that's what matters. I'll give thanks. Okay, Patricia. Okay, we're not gonna bash anybody about whatever they believe. You know, everybody is free to believe whatever it is they want to believe. But our core purpose here is to talk about what we have found in the Bible itself. Yes, and to do it out loud. Yeah, to do it out loud because there are lots of people who have never, ever read the entire Bible, but they will corner you and drive the fear of God in you that if you do not believe what they believe, there is some kind of hell in which you're going to get burnt and all these things. And you would just go along with them like a sheep.
Hurting people hurt people.
Hurt people. I give thanks for all the knowledge. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, my love. You are very welcome. We are going to come back to this because remember we are rereading the Bible as you all have requested. So we are going to come back to this tomorrow, and tomorrow we are going to be on to Exodus 20. Exodus 20 is the famous chapter where the commandments are being outlined. So we are going to come back to them. But what I want you all to take away from this morning's reading is the fact that in Exodus 19, we saw one example of the inconsistency of this Bible God. I didn't make that up. Okay? We have seen in this chapter 19 here the inconsistencies. So when I say there are no inconsistent, the Bible is not consistent, and you all want to come at me, I suggest that you go and read Exodus chapter 19, and then you come back and let us have a conversation. There are lots more in the Bible, you know, but since this is the one that came into play today, this is the one we're going to use for today. All right? You go ahead, read Exodus 19, and then you come back and you... What you say?
I was asking you what time you're gonna go live.
Tomorrow morning I will go live just about the same time, between 5 and 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. I will go live in the morning. Yeah, if you see me at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, that means I didn't work. If you don't see me at that time of the morning, I'm at work. I'm at work. So.
Are you here? Are you on every Sunday morning this time?
Not every Sunday morning, more like every other Sunday morning, because I work every other Saturday night. So if you see me here on a morning, that is, you will see me around 4 or 5 o'clock. If you don't see me, just rest assured that I'm at work. And if I come home at a good time, if I come home by, say, 8:30, I'll come on. If I don't come home that time and I'm late and I'm tired, I'm just going to go to sleep. So I would suggest you can put your notifications on, so when I come on, you will see me. Not all the time I'm doing the Bible, though.
Sure.
You know, but usually in the mornings, it's the first thing I usually do. Either the Bible or I'm playing music or something. But the Bible is where it's at for right now. Right, Cod? Yes, and we come and we have lively conversations about its contents. Okay, yeah, that's
the good book.
The good book. We read the good book. And you all give me a good lashing.
Yeah,
every morning I come here, I get a good lashing from people. The very first person to come on the live this morning was Seth. And I know Seth is probably not listening because he said he was going to church. But Seth was the first one who came on here this morning. And Seth said, and I'm not quoting him here, I'm just giving you the essence of what he said. He said there is something in the Bible that said if you are speaking on the word and allowing others to be led away or led astray, something of that nature, rope figure on your neck. That was what Seth had to contribute to the chat. That because I was reading the Bible and telling people what was actually on the pages of the Bible, I was bringing doubts into people's minds about the Bible, so rope figure on my neck. And then he said he was coming off the live and he was going to church in Jesus' name. So, so when I tell you,
He want to kill you before he got
he want to kill me before
Hello. Remember, he's just being faithful to his religion.
He's just being faithful to his religion.
Remember the story. If it is true, remember the story. Jesus was doing something on the Sabbath, and they accused him of breaking the law on the Sabbath.
And
he explained to them that he was doing fine. And it said, on that very day, they went out and plotted how to kill him.
Exactly.
So listen, it was unlawful for him to do what he did, but it was not unlawful
for them
plan
to unalive him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
because you see, the virtues of Christianity has not been internalized by Christians. It hasn't been internalized. The core message of Jesus has not been internalized. What has happened is that the church as an institution has become the authority, not Jesus. And because of that, there is more a need to defend the faith than to become.
I'm gonna cook right now. Oh, somebody was asking me if I'm doing cooking live later. Yeah, I'm gonna bed and then go cook.
Yeah, live too.
Oh yes. Oh yes. When I'm not doing the Bible, I'm playing music. It's because it's the winter now, so I can't be out in my garden. Because normally I'm out in my garden, but it's too cold now. No gardening until spring. Yes, till last week. Yes. So I'm definitely going to do the cooking live today. I didn't do it yesterday. Yesterday I told you all I was coming.
Yeah.
Boy, I go bed and I drop asleep, you see, man. I sleep a piece of sleep. Yep, guys. But that's where we are going to lock it off for this morning. I want to say thanks so much. Lovey, I appreciate you so much. I sincerely appreciate you and all the others. Let's talk R&R. Quotient, you said a lot in the chat without saying a word up there on stage. But we we hear you, Quotient. Oh yes, you always.
I appreciate the space.
Yes, you are welcome, my love.
OJ, you need
Absolute. I appreciate your contribution, my love.
Follow me, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I do that because
Yes.
like the way
Go ahead and follow each other.
how you break everything down. I'm mother like some people say, just we can have a conversation so you can break it down. More time with me sometimes I don't know, like I come across as
You are welcome, Absolute. Anytime. Every
some
time.
weird, I guess, but
You're not.
that's not really it. It's just like some people explain.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like some people can break down things like oh you break it down. That is exceptional. Like my love that. Some would like link you up with some other people for have conversation, the same kind of conversation that we have for the Bible, because these are things we would like to talk about, but people have a different perspective on it. You understand? Yes. So like the way you deal with it, you deal with it on a different level. I like that. I one person. No. I not talk the impress. No get me wrong. I rate the host. I rate you. I rate everything.
No, offended, my love. Go ahead.
Everything. That brother I just bring across some. Yeah, that brother I just bring across things different. There's one person I met before in my past life,
my love.
Where where him deal with things a certain kind of way too. The same I always like learn, and people can break down things a certain kind of way. When I say because I never had prayed that way.
Yeah, well, good. So, you see, you came to the right place, and I'm so glad you stopped by this morning.
Yeah, man. Bless, bro, and just link me, and I appreciate this space. I am happy that I
you are so welcome,
join the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an example of creating good or bad luck. If you want to talk about luck, this is what the creation of a luck could be. Who knows what this discussion might bring forth in the future. You have no idea.
Yes.
Let's start if we connect and something come out of it, then that's us creating a luck.
Yeah. I just follow you. I'm gonna follow the Impress to Impress car. Yeah, just go through live and find this, and I'm gonna say
you are so welcome, R&R. You are so welcome.
I'm follow both of you guys right now.
Yeah, no.
Man. I'll be back.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back to support the host on other occasions.
I appreciate you, Lovey. Yes, I will be here tomorrow morning around the same time.
Yeah, more see what she can cook. So as soon as she put on the pot, make me over there.
They're gonna put on the pot.
Oh, you're so pungent, man.
Yes.
Yeah, well, as soon as you put on the pot, me over there.
Yeah, by 12 o'clock, me I put on the pot. Just I go well fresh and some more things.
Yeah, man. Nobody let me down, you know.
No, man, me I go cook, man.
Me have other people when me I tell say, yo, what you cooking?
Where we?
Yes. So nobody mess up your food.
Me nah mess it up. Me serious. What me say natural, that's a great question. What me I go cook? I know me no know me I go cook. But we are going to the kitchen go cook. I'm not too much of a meat eater, but
no roach run in there.
No roach no in here, brother. If me see one in here, me not up draw with chair and table. If me ever see one. Me not see none, man. No roach.
I know, because Jamaican thing. Jamaican are some of the cleanest people in the world one time. So.
Yeah. Oh yes. Andres, I'm reminding us YouTube over there too, so when you go over there for subscribe. All right, Andres. Sometimes I'll forget. Sometimes I forget. To tell the
Oh,
people
okay.
them.
You have a YouTube channel too?
Oh yes, I have a YouTube channel. Whenever you see me here, you see me talking to you here, and you see me turning my face sideways, I'm talking to the people over on the tube. Cause I double stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come over there to me. Yeah, over there to me for the over there.
Yeah. So they are
Subscribe to the channel.
into it as well. Your channel have the same name?
Over on YouTube, it's Ryan O'Neill. RyanOniel.
Oh, Ryan O'Neill. Anybody else over here who is on the tube? If you all go over there and follow me, I have a robust following over there. Yeah, just about 20K, and they love to follow back. If they see that you follow me, they will come follow you back. Quick time, you will get to 100, 200, whatever. Yeah, they like to support the people I support. So, right, Andrea?
So I stumble on your channel in the morning.
Yeah. So I appreciate you all. I sincerely appreciate. Thank you all again for having come into the chat this morning. We had a great conversation. We will pick up where we left off tomorrow morning, round about the same time, same place. All right. And that's going to be it from me for this morning, guys. Until next time, this is your girl Trev from Trevessence, where your journey matters. Have yourselves a great day, guys, and I'll see you all later. Andrea, I'll text you in 2 minutes. Yeah. Have a good day, guys. See you later. One love quotient.
All right, bye.
Have a good one. Andrea, Miss Andrea.